This is Dr. Diana Wong, the designated federal officer for the SAB Inorganic Arsenic Review Panel meeting. I would like to welcome everyone for participating in today's meeting. Before we start, I would like to take the roll call. Dr. Peter Fawn?
Present.
Thank you. Please mute yourself when you're not speaking, because I'm hearing background noise. Dr. Aaron Bachowski.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Hugh Barton will be late. Dr. Mark Borsu. Dr. Mark Borsu. He's not here yet. Dr. Sylvie Broder.
Here.
Thank you. Yeah, I think I saw you previously. Dr. Eamon Chan.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Wei Chun Chow.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Matt Gribble.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Margaret Carragus.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Anna Navas-Asian. Dr. Anna Navas-Asian.
I am here. Sorry, I couldn't unmute.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Mike Pannell.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Isaac Pesar.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Gloria Pose.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Christopher Stace.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Daniel Wilkoff.
Present.
Thank you. Dr. Carol Wood.
Present.
Okay, thank you. So we are missing Dr. Hugh Barton. He will join us later. And also Dr. Mark Borsu.
He's joined.
I'm here. I just joined. Sorry to be late.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good. So good afternoon. I am Dr. Diana Wong, and I am the designated federal officer, or DFO, for the Science Advisory Board, SAB Inorganic Arsenic Review Panel. In my role as the DFO, I would like to formally open this public meeting of the Inorganic Arsenic Review Panel. The purpose of this meeting is for the SAB Inorganic Arsenic Review Panel to discuss and finalize the draft panel report. The SAB is an independent, expert, federal advisory committee chartered under the authority of the Federal Advisory Committee Act, or FACA. The SAB is empowered by law, the Environmental Research, Development, and Demonstration Authorization Act, to provide advice to the EPA administrator on scientific and technical underpinnings of the EPA's decision. FACA and EPA policy require that SAB meetings be announced to the public in the Federal Register, and that substantive deliberations and interactions with EPA and the public be conducted in open sections where DFO is present to ensure that the requirements of FACA are met. FACA also requires that public meetings provide an opportunity for oral and written public comments. There is a public comment period noted on agenda for this meeting, where members of the public can register in advance with the SAB staff office to make oral comments. We have 2 registered public speakers for today, and they will have 3 minutes to speak. There is another opportunity for the public to provide clarifying comments at the end of next meeting, that is July 16, towards the end of the meeting. Members of the public who wish to provide clarifying comments on the next meeting can send me an email to register with me. My email address is wong.diana-m@epa.gov. All public comments were distributed to panel members, and they have been asked to take them into consideration as they respond to their charge questions. Public comments are available on the SAB website, along with all meeting materials pertaining to this advisory activity. Minutes will be prepared to summarize discussions and action items in accordance with requirements of FACA. The SAB staff office will work with the panel chair to have the official minutes certified so they can be posted on the SAB website. Now I would like to turn the meeting over to our panel chair, Dr. Peter Fawn, to review the agenda and also give his opening remarks.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Wong, and thank all to panel members for joining us today. I really appreciate it and all the work that's come so far. I just want to begin by giving us a sense of the timeline since we began this process, and then what we're going to accomplish in these two meetings and what lies ahead. So, as you will recall, way back in November of 2023, we received the IRIS Toxicological Review of Inorganic Arsenic document from IRIS program and the EPA. And then we met virtually on January 5th, 2024, at which time we received a presentation from EPA IRIS program and heard from public commenters. After that January 5th meeting, I think we all worked very hard to assimilate the document and think about our responses to the charge questions before our in-person meeting January 24, 25, and 26 in Crystal City, Virginia. At that in-person meeting, we had another presentation from EPA IRIS, where we had the benefit of clarification of our questions from the earlier meeting and additional questions that we posed. We also hosted 2 sessions of public comments at that meeting. During the bulk of the meeting, we moved methodically through the charge questions and sought to reach consensus on our responses. There's somebody who's on the phone here. We're picking up your conversation. Please mute the 919 number. If you could please mute. Okay. So then in February and March, the subgroups drafted consensus responses to the 23 charge questions and subcomponents. And this work, I think, reached quite a crescendo in April, where there was a lot of back and forth and many emails as we tried to bring this to a wrap. And then in April and May, Diana went to work to compile the charge question responses into a full draft report, which I received in May. And then I worked to edit the full report and cover letter. And as I did that, I tiered the recommendations based on my sense of the group from the January meeting and the written responses to the charge questions. This was not meant to be the final tiering, but just something that would guide us in our further reading of the report and today's conversation. I thought it would be best if we had something to react to, and noted that some of those would change and some indeed will change today, no doubt. So I was also in doing that tiering, I was mindful that we want to list only the most impactful recommendations as tier 1, and that many, if not most, recommendations would probably fall to tier 2. We have a huge number of recommendations, and if they're all tier 1, that might appear overwhelming. So I think we need to be quite thoughtful in that. So then over the past 2 weeks, we've received a lot of comments from many of you on the draft report, and we'll discuss those today and in our meeting next week on July 16th. And we'll also hear public comments in both meetings, as Diana just mentioned. I'm hoping we can conclude our work on the draft by the end of the meeting on July 16th, but we are holding January 22 in reserve in case we need more time. And then thinking about what goes forward after that, after these meetings, I'll incorporate your recommended edits, and I've already done that in many cases, and try to generate a final draft report, which will then go to the Scientific Advisory Board for a quality review. And so the SAB will take members from their ranks and do a review of what we've done. And several of us will have the opportunity to report at a full SAB meeting and address questions from the panel and the full SAB. After that, then the SAB will decide what to do with it. Most likely will be that it will come back to me and the SAB chair, Dr. Kimberly Jones, for some final edits. Depending upon the concerns that are raised, I may need to consult with some of you at that point. But there's also a possibility that SAB could send it back to us all for further work. Once that SAB review is complete, the document is transmitted to the administrator under the signature of Dr. Jones and myself. And then we are complete and free to go. So are there any questions about that timeline and where we are now, what the goals are for this meeting today and next week? Okay, hearing none. So many of you have, as I said, submitted written comments, written ideas. A lot of those pertain to the tiering, whether something should be a tier 1 or tier 2, or whether several items should be combined. So as we step through the document, we'll certainly pay attention to those and discuss each of those in the context of each of the charge questions. So our agenda then for today and next time, we're going to next go to public comment, and then after that we'll just start stepping through the charge questions 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and so forth. And we'll get as far as we can given the time today, and then we'll resume on Tuesday and hopefully complete that. And then at the end, we'll have discussion of the letter to the administrator, and then we'll have another chance for any clarifying comments from the public before we adjourn. So that's today's agenda. And with that, I'll just ask one more if there's any questions before we go to public comments. Not seeing any hands up, so I'm going to interpret that as crystal clear. Okay, so we have received written comments as well from the public commenters. The first public commenter we'll hear from is Dr. Robin Gentry, who is affiliated with Ramble. And Dr. Gentry, you have 3 minutes for your comments.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello, everyone. My name is Robin Ann Gentry, and I'm a principal and board certified toxicologist at Ramble. And I appreciate this opportunity to provide comments to the panel today. As have been noted in previous public comments and written comments, the current IRIS draft does not include multiple publications that provide mechanistic evidence supporting a threshold mode of action for inorganic arsenic carcinogenicity, an issue which has also been raised in a previous 2013 review by the National Academy of Sciences, in which the NAS concluded that epidemiological analyses should not be used for extrapolation below the exposure associated with increased cancer incidence for inorganic arsenic. However, in the June 11th draft report from this panel, the exclusive use of epi data to establish hazard and dose response relationships for inorganic arsenic is considered to be sufficient. And is desired to reduce uncertainty in the outcome of the analysis. It's further noted that the epidemiological data for inorganic arsenic is of sufficiently broad range to make MOA considerations and low-dose extrapolation unnecessary. However, in contrast to these comments, the SAB panel outcomes for the human dose-response relationship and reference dose determination the panel suggests that EPA include MOA and mechanistic studies to increase evidence for the plausibility of outcomes for human dose-response relationship and reference dose determination for cardiovascular disease. Considering the availability of MOA data for multiple endpoints, the recommendation that MOA data only be considered for cardiovascular disease seems to contradict EPA's 2022 guidance for developing IRIS assessments. In written comments, I and my colleagues at Ramble have provided references for multiple studies that are not considered in the draft IRIS assessment, which provide evidence of a nonlinear mode of action for cancer and demonstrate the integration of animal epidemiological and mechanistic information to evaluate the dose-response relationship between inorganic arsenic and cancer. Reliance only on epidemiological evidence and using animal and mechanistic evidence as potential supplemental material is inconsistent with the IRS handbook. The NAS has explicitly stated in their 2014 review of the IRS process that evidence integration is typically performed by considering human, animal, and mechanistic evidence. Consideration of only epidemiological studies may eliminate studies that are critical in characterizing the shape of the dose-response curve at low concentrations. And integrating all of the available animal, epidemiological, and mechanistic information will better characterize the shape of the dose response curve, especially for cancer, and allow the identification of concentrations at which no potential health risk for inorganic arsenic are anticipated.
Okay, thank you very much for your remarks.
Thank you for listening.
Yeah, and thank you for adhering to your time. Okay, next we'll hear from Mr. Kevin Bromberg. Kevin?
Hi, thanks to Dr. Thorne and Dr. Wong for hosting this effort. My name is Kevin Bromberg. I've spent the last 2 decades addressing science issues at the NAS and the EPA SAB. Thanks to the panel for its detailed recommendations. Have 4 major points in 3 minutes. First, the public comments need to be explicitly addressed. There is a fair amount of that, and although there was some discussion about some public comments, not all the key comments were made into the draft report, resulting in a lack of transparency. This should be fixed. Secondly, as Dr. Thorne was indicating, there may be some changes that you want to make in the tier designations. I highly recommend that. Some of the key recommendations apparently do warrant tier 1 status, and I would agree it should be the minority of the tiering recommendations. So I'm sure the panel would be paying attention to that. Third, on the MOA. Dr. Gentry covered that quite well. It saves me some seconds. I also think that the evidence is pretty strong supporting a threshold for cancer and non-cancer risk. And for the purpose of transparency, what I would add to Dr. Gentry's points, it is important for the chartered SAB and the public to understand further why this information, the contrary information, why is it rejected by the panel? They wouldn't know how to evaluate those comments by the panel. I'm going to end with Dr. Shao's comments. 3 key points. Dr. Shao needs to be addressed in a little bit more detail. First, the EPA has excluded several studies from the lifetime extra risk analyses, stating that the studies were dropped to improve the fit at low doses. This was not explained, and more generally, the panel should make sure there's a better discussion of the application of study selection criteria. Secondly, the IRS model employed estimated risk values instead of the actual observed data, and this created some problems that the panel needs to explore in more detail. Thirdly, and actually most importantly of Dr. Shao's points, EPA should segregate the low dose data from the high dose data in the meta-regression for the dose-response relationships. Several panelists already addressed the need during the oral session about separating low dose and high dose, but this didn't happen in the recommendations. So in Charge 2B recommendation, you can append this recommendation to address the meta-regression by adding it to the recommendation to, quote, clearly distinguish between studies from highly exposed populations and lower exposures. And thanks for your time.
Yeah, thank you
12 seconds
much.
over.
Well, that's how it is. Okay.
And thanks again for your work.
Comments, Mr. Bromberg. Yeah, we appreciate it. Okay, so the next on the agenda, we'll go to discussion of responses to charge question 1 through 2D. And so in looking at the input that we've received so far in writing from folks, I didn't see much comment on charge question 1. So I'll just open it up for anyone who has any comments on charge question 1 or any concerns about that text. And I'd note that the panelists on this were Dr. Navas-Acien, Dr. Gribble, and Dr. Karagas.
Dr. Thorne, this is
Yes.
Margaret Karagas.
Yes.
I had just made one comment regarding the exclusion and inclusion of studies. That the framing of it was kind of left open, it seemed like. That it could be a little more specific, I thought, in terms of whether the study influenced the dose response relationships for the meta-aggression more specifically
Mhm.
as an alternative. So I just wanted to point out that comment was made.
Yeah, so I noted that you were referring to page 4, lines 20 to 23. Is that what you're referring to now?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. And do you have some alternative language you would suggest, or something specifically about this text that's problematic? I'm looking at lines 20 to 23. Is that where I should be looking?
Right. You mentioned a potential sensitivity analysis could be a compromise,
Mhm.
because the comment is saying some people thought, that
Yeah.
additional studies should be or not be, or sensitivity analyses. And that I thought an alternative language could also be that if the study impacted the meta-regression, then it would, that we might consider it for the meta-regression, additional studies. So you're looking for very specific edits? Is that what you're asking me?
In general, that is certainly easier for us, but I can work with what you just said.
Okay. In the interest of time, if you would like me to chat you the language, I could.
Yeah, I think that would be great if you could do that. That'd be very, very good.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
I didn't know if anyone else had thoughts on this.
I think you were in my notes, I don't see that anyone else had a comment with regard to that. So are there other comments from anyone on the panel, particularly those who worked on this, Dr. Gribble or Dr. Navas-Acien?
I have no comments.
Okay. Okay, so I think if you can provide some language for that makes the point you're making, that would be quite acceptable. And you could do that either through email to Diana and me, or through the chat. And Diana, I think you can are recording the chat.
I realized I got the line numbers wrong. I was referring up a little higher, where 9 through starting on line 9, that
okay.
paragraph. I'm very sorry for that.
Yeah, maybe that's why I was having trouble figuring it out.
Yes, it is. I apologize.
No worries. Okay. Good. Yeah, in some cases, the numbers are tracking well, and in other cases not. So, okay, good. Anything else before we go to charge question 2? Okay, let's move on to charge question 2 then. The members of charge question 2A were Dr. Berchowski, Karagas, Pesa, States, and Wyckoff. And in looking at that and going through my sheets, Dr. Post had quite a few comments had 2 comments about 2A. Dr. Barton had 3 comments 6 comments about 2A. I guess Dr. Barton's not on yet, so we may have to come back to.
Yes, he is.
those. Oh, he is, good. I'm looking.
Yes, I
There you
joined.
are. Welcome. I'm glad you're able to join us a little earlier than you thought.
Yes.
Okay, so we're just coming to question 2 and 2A in particular. And so I wondered if you might want to lead us off with your comments, Dr. Barton.
Okay, just give me a second here. I'm trying to bring up my comments.
Sure.
Um,
Several of them were fairly straightforward. One was talking about Hawk versus PubMed and Web of Science. Another was clarifying 4 health outcomes, just what that referred to.
right. And yeah, so I see the Hawks sentence that was on page 5, line 8. And so I just didn't know whether Hawk, obviously PubMed and Web of Science are publicly available of a different, sort of cataloging information of a different way. So somebody who understands this needs to address whether Hawk is correctly there. I don't know.
Yeah, so my sense is that Hawk is used by EPA as the means of compiling all the relevant science that is behind this assessment. And it draws from Web of Science and PubMed and any other source of peer-reviewed literature. And so to incorporate into that, in addition, PubMed or Web of Science would not be necessary.
Okay. Let's see. So, sorry, maybe if you can just go through where my comments were, that would be easier, because
Sure.
I'm trying to switch between so many documents on my computer.
I'm certainly happy to do that. So your comments, it refers to page, well, you have 2 different pages that you're talking about. I think it's page 5, lines 4 to 16. Page 5, lines 4 to 16. And you say clarify what 4 health outcomes. So it says are described in detail and presented in a consistent, logical manner across the 4 health outcomes. Overall, the systematic approach used for EPA for including, et cetera, et cetera.
Well, can you show the text on our screen so that everybody can follow? It's on page 5.
That will be very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
On page 5, that is response to charge question 2A.
It's page 14 in the PDF, or 15.
Well, 114, I think he is counting on all the pages in Roman numeral, so it's better just use the page number.
Yeah. That's what most of us used. There we go. So
Page
yeah,
5,
that's it.
line 4 to 4 and Yeah, line 4.
Okay.
And so I don't know which 4 health outcomes this refers to, because there's more than 4 health outcomes. And so I think there were 4 in the charge question, as I recall. And so maybe that's what the 4 refers to. There are 4 different health outcomes that are, subject of meta-analysis. So I just not quite sure. We just need to clarify what that 4 health outcomes refers to.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm just reading the charge question now here.
So- It's in the italicized paragraph on page 4. previous
Right.
page.
Diseases of the
Yes.
circulatory system, diabetes, pregnancy outcomes, and developmental neurotoxicity. So it's the 4 health outcomes in charge question 2. We could certainly list them there explicitly.
Or just say listed above.
Yeah, or say listed above, listed in the charge question. Okay. Will that do it?
By me.
Okay. All right, so then your next one is page 5, lines 39 to 40. And you have it before you, or you want me to read it?
Yeah, so it's just sort of unclear what this sentence is. This the one that Aaron had provided alternative language? It's just a little unclear what we're saying that should be accomplished here. And so I suggested perhaps adding what the data could be describing, and I gave some potential, for example, demonstrating how inorganic arsenic perturbs biological systems leading to cardiovascular endpoints, just something to help clarify what we're suggesting here.
Yeah.
So actually, this is Aaron. I did rework those 2 sentences there. Kind of got captured what you suggested, Hugh, and also clarify. Gloria had some issues with the it just being vague about these data, and just really pointed out that what we would say that the MOA or what the animal data could be used for in helping to demonstrate the MOA and mechanism, and then saying that you should not use the animal data in the dose response analysis.
Yeah, okay, so Dr. Bukowski, your comment then incorporated both the input from Gloria and from Hugh, right?
Yes, and I mean, if you want me to read what I suggested a change, so basically that sentence that on line 39 that starts MOA and mechanism.
Yeah.
I changed it to in vivo animal and human data could be used to demonstrate the MOA and pathogenic mechanisms for arsenic promoted cardiovascular disease. Period. However, the animal data should not be combined with the human data in the dose response analysis, as it would unnecessarily raise uncertainty in the RFD due to requiring the factoring of cross-species uncertainty.
Yeah. So I think
Will,
that-
can you show the language? I think I have already provided to the panel, and the panel has the revised language. Can you show the revised language on the screen, Will? From Dr. Bachowski?
So hearing that, that sounds good to me. It seems like the second sentence you read is what was very close to what was already there. And it's mostly replacing the sentence, line 39 and 40 with the one that you suggested.
Yeah,
It sounds,
that was specifically in response and adding the in vivo to
Yeah.
the first sentence. That was specifically in response to Gloria's questions about you didn't know where things were, in vitro, in vivo, what these data are. And so just wanted to explicitly say which animal data we were talking about, and then that the animal data should not be used. So it's just replacing these with animal.
perfect. Yeah, I think that sounds good to me. Are there any, Gloria, do you, Dr. Post, you have any comment you want to add?
It's fine. It's fine. What Dr. Barczewski said was fine. I think it just wasn't clearly written what it was intended to mean, and his revision clarifies what it was meant to say.
Yeah,
It's on the screen right now, the revised language.
right. Okay. So I think I'm hearing consensus among those three and me that this is good replacement language and clarifies that. Anybody have any further comment on this addition, substitution? If not, we can move on. Okay, hearing none, should we go to Dr. Barton's next comment?
Okay, page 6, line 11, 12, just again, a wording thing where it says, and we're not sufficiently refined to the topic beyond. I just didn't know what that meant. On the line 11.
Yeah, I
line
see that,
12.
yeah. Recommended that the EPA clarify that individual study evaluations or appraisals were not outcome specific. Were not sufficiently refined to the topic beyond. I think that language came. Oh, Dr. Wyckoff, you have your hand up, please go ahead.
Yeah, I think that I might have suggested some of this language. It does seem like there are some words missing, so I was going to go back to the draft. I think that it could just end at topic, and we're not sufficiently refined to the topic period. And that, okay, let me know if anyone wants an explanation of that, but I think that would fix it.
Seems straightforward. Does that help in your view, Dr. Barton?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, okay. Good catch on that. Next one was page 15. Or page 6 rather, lines 37 to 39. Following the NRC and NASM reviews.
I think this sentence it doesn't quite capture what the recommendations were. The NRC committees, were open to the idea that the epidemiologic data would be used to um, do the dose response analysis, but they also, there were clear, at the time we didn't know whether the mode of action data, what kind of input it might potentially provide, but it could provide, as suggested elsewhere, information about the biological plausibility of the effect and so forth. So I suggest deleting the sentence following the NRC 2023, et cetera, and I suggested an alternative sentence, which I'm happy to read if you want me to. And so there's several other people who are on the NRC committee who are also on this call, so on this
Right.
committee.
So you're suggesting this is consistent with previous recommendations in NRC 2013 and NASM 2019 that animal and mechanistic studies could inform biologic plausibility or aspects of causation even when dose response analyses were obtained from epidemiological studies only. I think that sounds like a good edit. Anybody object to that substitution?
No, I think I wrote that paragraph, and that sounds like it's much better, much clearer. But is this one of the tier 2 recommendations that folks have thought really should be tier 1? And I'm not sure whether the public thinks it should be tier 1.
Yeah, well, I think we're kind of attacking some of the language right now and not so much talking about the tiering, but I'm certainly willing to do both at the same time as it comes up. So, I mean, if there's an argument for making this a tier 1, this would be fine time to say so.
I would be inclined to move it up. As
Okay.
Chris states.
And this is for the third bullet? Is the third bullet the one
Third
that
bullet under tier 2, yeah.
Yeah, no, that sounds reasonable. Yeah.
Dr. Wyckoff, you should feel free to speak up.
Okay,
I'm not always seeing your hand, so.
Okay, no problem. Yeah, I agree. And I actually have a bit of a process question also for you. So as we go through the tiering, several of our recommendations on the different charge questions may be similar. So using this one as an example, talking about mechanistic data or MOA or plausibility, will we come back to at the end, make sure that we've been consistent with the tiers of these recommendations as well?
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Got it. On this particular one, I do agree elevating it to a tier 1 makes sense.
Okay.
I don't object to elevating it, but I'm personally comfortable with it being a tier 2. I think it would be, beneficial to show this information for cardiovascular disease. But I think it's also a substantial amount of work.
Yeah. Dr. Bruder?
Yeah, this is more sort of a stylistic question that struck me as I was reading through. There's quite a lot of difference amongst the sections. I mean, and this is a great example where I wrote in the margin that there's a lot of justification within this recommendation, and some of the others are just that's above in the narrative, and then the recommendations are very direct. We recommend X, as a tier 1. Is that something that's going to get refined, or how will that be handled, or is that a non-issue?
Yeah, I noted that too. In some cases, we try to, we present all these as bullets, and then there's the tiering, which is referring to a larger bullet up above that. In other cases, the tiering is nested with that description and
Yeah.
justification for it. And I think one of the things I was trying to do was reduce the redundancy of
Yeah.
the language. When you have a long description of it and it basically says what the tiering should be, and then it's repeated below when you talk about the tiering again, I tried to strike the balance of reducing redundancy, but that came at the expense of having too long a descriptor for the tier justification in some cases. So yeah, I'm sympathetic to that comment, and I think in a case like this where you look at how long this recommendation is, it probably would make sense to try and split it off. That's a fair comment. And make sure it's not redundant with something up above. Let me just ask Dr. Wong if she has any comment about that or thought about that point from a institutional perspective.
Well, it really depends on the panel if they think it is clear. And of course, more importantly, we have to be consistent, in the tiering, because right now we're just starting on the tiering. So.
Yeah. Well, I think the thing to do would be for me to take a look at this one in particular and others like it that seem like they're quite long, and make sure that they're not redundant, and see if there's an opportunity to move some of the justification up higher up so that the bullet pointed tier recommendation can be more succinct. You can certainly do that. That's a fair comment. Okay, so we've had several suggestions that this be tier one comment that it could be tier 1 or tier 2. Any other comments with regard to tiering? As it stands now, I think I'm hearing more motion for tier 1 than tier 2. Dr. Post.
I have a lot, this isn't about this particular recommendation tier, but in general, I had a lot of the bullets, we didn't get to them yet. A lot of the recommendations that were tier 2 were, it might say that something was like incorrect and or something just needs to be clarified, which would be like very easy to do, clarify the language or something, not do more analysis. So you said you didn't want to put a lot of burden on EPA by making like a tremendous number of tier 1s, but when I was going through, I thought if it was just a matter of like clarifying language so people would understand what was being talked about and not revising the conclusions or doing more analysis, I said those should be tier 1 because they were easy to do and it just improves the document for the reader. So I'm not sure if I was on the wrong track with all those comments. That was my question.
Yeah. So my sense is that tier 1 are the things that are really impactful, that really absolutely need to happen for clarity, transparency, for scientific rigor, and comments that ask them to clarify this or that. They're going to do that, especially if it's relatively straightforward, even if it's a tier 2 recommendation.
Okay.
That's my sense of it.
Interpreting it as like mandatory and optional. So if they're tier 2, they might not necessarily do them, even if they're easy, but maybe I was misinterpreting that.
Yeah. Dr. States?
Yes, in regards to the length of that one bullet and the concern with it, that bullet isn't just telling them to go do something. It actually offers a lot of help and guidance in how to do it. So I think the length of it is well justified and will make the EPA's job easier than just saying they need to do, include the MOA data.
Yeah, and I hear you on that one. And the other thing I was thinking is that this seems to be a topic that's come up a lot in our from our public commenters. And so
Right.
it deserves careful consideration, careful handling. We certainly have spent a lot of time talking about it as a group. And so I think in that sense, having it be as well justified and clear as possible is important. So I appreciate that comment. Let me just ask Dr. Wong to espouse here a moment on what constitutes a tier 1 versus a tier 2 in the eyes of the agency.
Well, I think the best way to do it is to follow EPA's definition, because in the charge question, EPA did define how they consider tier 1 or tier 2. So if you don't mind, we can go back to the charge question and see how they define tier 1 or tier 2. Okay, so let's go back to that.
Yes, so tier 1 recommended revisions. Key major recommendations necessary for strengthening the scientific basis. Implication of such key tier 1 recommendation that the assessment conclusions are not adequately supported without addressing the recommendations and need to be reconsidered or better substantiated. Yeah, there it is before you. For tier 1 recommendations, please describe the specific revisions necessary to modify or better substantiate the scientifically appropriate assessment conclusions. Tier 2 suggestions, recommendations are encouraged to strengthen and the scientific analysis and conclusions. It is understood that other factors may also be considered before deciding to address or incorporate tier 2. And it goes on. Clarity. Yeah, so for tier 2 recommendations, please provide specific suggestions to strengthen the scientific basis for assessment conclusions or improve the clarity of the analyses and presentations. So I guess, in answer to Dr. Post's query, if we think it's necessary for clarity, even if it's relatively easy for them to do, or if it's hard for them to do, then we should include it as tier 1. If it's just something that would be an improvement, but it isn't necessary for the scientific rigor and clarity, then we have to decide where that lies. And I think if it's an important document, it's a big one. If there's quite a lot of things that need to be tier 1, I guess I'll just have to live with that.
If I may, I think that the inclusion of the animal and in vitro data to increase the plausibility is a critical element that has been raised by the public, and the report really needs to address that.
Yeah.
I am supportive of that too. I think it will just give more credibility.
Okay.
And also, when I wrote this, I also had in mind which animal data should be included, and that focusing mostly on where animal data was basically occurring in the same dose range that you see for the humans with the cardiovascular disease. As far as making this uniform across the rest of the charge questions, this is very cardiovascular specific, so I'm not sure as we go along how it'll play out. But one question, because this was a tier 2, I started off by saying the panel suggests. If we move it to tier 1, I guess we change suggest to recommends.
Yep. Right. So I think what we could do is have it tier 1, the panel recommends, and then have the substitution language that you provided. And that would be, I think, 2 or 3 sentences. And then there could be a paragraph then below that is the rest of this paragraph. So we separate that out a little bit, and that provides the rationale for the tier 1 recommendation.
I would be fine with that.
Yeah, I think that will make sense. Okay, any objections to having this tier 1 and doing it as we just spoke? I'm hearing general consensus. Okay,
So, I have a question. Do you want to leave it as just pertinent to the cardiovascular disease, or do you want to add some things in terms of the carcinogenesis? So I'm thinking of the comment I emailed it to you earlier today, Peter.
yeah, right. So I think that there's a place for that further on.
Wherever you think it fits best.
Yeah, because this
And
is
then I'll
this is
elaborate.
referring only to those 4 non-cancer outcomes.
Okay.
And your comment pertains specifically to the cancer outcomes. So
Okay.
that comes up in a later charge question.
I'll hold it.
Okay, good. All right. So I think we're still with Dr. Barton's comments.
I have a quick question, Peter. Sorry, because
Yeah.
I'm trying to make sure I understand the whole thing. I saw that for the tier 1 document that is already in the document. Sorry, because I didn't send my comment by email. If we have a comment, like a small thing for the clarification, when do I do that? Do I do that by email now? At some point, we are going to go to the language of tier 1 and I can do that at that moment? Or am I too late and I don't have the option?
No, you can send your modification and send it to me, because we do have another section next week.
Okay.
And you can send me the alteration, and then we can discuss that next section.
Perfect. It's
Yes.
super small, but it's just a small clarification that just benefits.
Yeah, just send it to me, before next week.
And me.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Send it to both of us. That way we get it at the same time.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Could I ask a favor when you edit the PDF and then send it back to us? Could you use the edit mode in Acrobat so we can actually see the edits and not have to read the whole document and try to remember what was before?
Yeah.
That would be great. Thanks.
You can do that. It's a little bit harder in Adobe than it is in Word, but yeah, I can do that. Okay. Dr. Barton. Anything else on 2A?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you can, what my next comment.
Let's see. I think the next one you had on 2A was subsequent text. Let's see, on page 7, lines 11 to 13.
I think 2A has some comments from Dr. Pose, Gloria Pose.
Yeah, I was going to go to those next.
But it's on the same charge question.
It is, okay. All right, so page, I don't see anything on page 7.
On page 5.
Post.
I think he was going through all of Dr. Barton's and then he was going to go through all of mine next.
No, we do it by charge questions.
No, I know, but we're still on charge question 2A.
We do it by charge questions.
Right, we're on 2A still.
We're still on Dr. Barton's 2A, I think, right?
Yeah, right, page 7, lines 11 to 13, which say, this is suggested in NRC 2013. Animal data, yeah, there it is. And it could be included in the hazard and dose response assessment to provide enhanced evidence for plausibility and MOA information. And your comment, Dr. Barton, I think was
Oh, no, that language is fine. I was just contrasting that language with the previous sentence, which we agreed to change because the previous sentence didn't. Anyway.
okay, so we've addressed that, it sounds like.
Yeah, so we're done with all those comments around
Okay.
lines
Okay.
on page 6.
Great, perfect. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, let's turn to you, Dr. Post. We may have addressed your comments, some of them.
So the first one was Dr. Barchowski's clarifying language on page 5.
Yep.
The
Perfect.
next one is on page 6, lines. It's the first tier 2 bullets on page, starting on line 29.
Mhm.
I just thought, I have quite a few comments of this nature, like I said. It's just asking to clarify, I think, both of them, like, so the reader will understand it. That's why I suggested they be tier 1, just if clarification's needed, so it's understandable. And it's not like a lot of work to do.
Sure. Okay, so your recommendation is just that this should be moved to tier 1.
Both of them, the first two.
The first two,
The second one is clarify
Yeah.
whether regression analysis did not include dose response above 100 micrograms per liter, or why. So if it's not clear why it wasn't included, if there's like a simple reason, I just thought it should be written in there.
yeah. Okay, so basically, again, tier 1, key major recommendations necessary for strengthening the scientific basis versus tier 2, recommendations that are encouraged to strengthen the scientific analysis and conclusions. So I always have thoughts about tier 1 versus tier 2 for this type of clarification. I'm open to discussion on this.
I support elevating it to tier 1.
I do too. I mean, it seems like this is under the being clear about, and transparent about why you made decisions. That obviously helps the document, and presumably there's a simple 1-sentence answer or something like that.
That was like my thought.
Yeah, so it's not a heavy lift.
It's not a heavy lift, but it makes it. It clarifies the work that EPA is doing, and it meets that critical transparency objective.
Okay, Dr. Gribble? You're muted.
Okay, this is more of a, maybe this is overthinking it, for lack of a better word, but I feel like the distinction between the panel recommends versus the panel suggests is pretty thin, and there might be a temptation to move most of our recommendations into tier 1 if we're worried that they won't be acknowledged. But I think that the EPA staff in good faith would look at the tier 2 recommendations or suggestions as things that might be very helpful. So I don't know if there's a proportion that we're trying to strike between tier 1 versus tier 2, or if it's okay to keep bumping things to tier 1, but I sort of don't see why things need to be reclassified if they're going to be paid attention to either way.
My idea was some of the tier 2s are to do additional analysis and evaluations, and it's not necessarily just clarifying what's there. That was my thought process. So that is something they might not necessarily have time to do or be able to do or choose to do. But if it's like clarifying just why a decision was made in a sentence, like why wouldn't, I don't know if we have to worry about how many are in each category, that others may have other ideas. That was my thought process.
Dr. Wood?
Yeah, the first bullet, I'm not sure about. I'd have to think about that some more. The second bullet, we're talking about raising a recommendation in the executive summary to a tier 1. I don't think so. If that's discussion is not happening in the body of the document, then yes, that needs to be a tier 1 where it comes up in the body of the document, not in the executive summary.
Okay, so this first bullet you're pointing, the second bullet rather, yeah.
Yes, it's the second bullet where we're talking
Right.
about a tier 1 recommendation for the executive summary, and I don't think that's appropriate.
Mm-hmm.
Because that executive summary is going to be rewritten to go with the rest of the document, you would assume. So if that discussion of clarifying the regression analysis for data above 100 micrograms per liter is relevant to where that appears in the body of the document, then that's probably a tier 1, but it's not a tier 1 for the executive summary.
Yeah, I understand. So let me just give my perspective here on tier 1, tier 2, because I think we're having this discussion now, but it'll carry through all of our discussions and about the other charge questions. So we really should try to nail this down now. So in the 8 years I've served on the SAB, I've seen a lot of quality reviews come through for documents such as this. And in those cases, one of the criticisms that the SAB has in their quality review sometimes is that there's too many tier 1 recommendations. I've heard like, oh, this has 37 tier 1 recommendations, comments like that, and that's really we're almost asking the EPA to redo the whole thing at that point, is sort of the viewpoint that is often presented. If the recommendations are clarify this, clarify that, but they're tier 1, then that can be stated in the presentation that I give to the SAB, that although there are X number of tier 1 recommendations, we feel that many of these can be readily addressed just with some clarifying language. That can help make it more palatable to have a very large list. But I think that the SAB is always sensitive to our review, not really asking them to go back and do years of work, but to unless it's absolutely necessary. But in this case, I think these are pretty good. So I'm okay with having some tier 1s that are just clarify this, clarify that, as long as we make sure that the language reflects that it's not a heavy lift. So that's my take on it. And I see Dr. States has suggested suggestion versus recommendation. When you suggest something, you offer it as a possibility or an alternative. It's often used in casual conversations when offering a tentative or informal idea. Recommend is really more of a stronger wording, right? But I think if something says suggestion, it sort of automatically suggests a tier 2, and if it says recommendation, it carries a tier 1 level of importance. Any thoughts on this? Maybe we just go through them and we call them like we see them based on the discussion we've had here. Okay, so I've heard now a suggestion that bullet 1 and 3 that were previously tier 2 should be tier 1, but maybe bullet 2 should remain a tier 2 since it refers to an executive summary.
Maybe whoever was involved with writing this response check to make sure that the information asked for in the executive summaries in the document itself. If it is, then I think that would be okay. It doesn't need to be in the executive summary. I didn't go back into the actual report to see if the actual main body has that information.
Okay. Oh, we can do that. Diana and I can see that we do that. Okay, Dr. Post, your next comment?
Okay, it's on, wait a sec. page 8, lines 38 to 42.
Okay, that's charge question 2B.
Oh, okay, sorry.
So you're done with 2A then, I guess.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Let's hold your thought on 2B. And are there any other comments on 2A? I didn't see anything in what we received from folks. Okay. Hearing none, let's go on to charge question 2B then. And 2B, the subgroup was Drs. Karagas, Berchowski, Pesa, States, and Wyckoff. And so Dr. Post, why don't you go ahead then? You were about to say, page 8.
It's on, so the last bullet, it starts, I didn't go back into the report itself, that the IRIS draft report, but it's talking about mechanisms of action and biomarkers and things like that. And then it starts on 38 to 42 or 39 to 42. It's talking about sample, like things about the drinking water system and the collection and the drinking water sources and the samples. So without like some kind of tie-in or explanation, it just isn't clear how that relates to mode of action, to me at least. Does that, when you're just reading this report, there's probably something more that needs to be said to tie it together.
I had the same comment. So Gloria, I had the same confusion.
Yeah, I remember.
Also, wait, I had one more comment. I'm reading my comments. On line 42, the term differential contamination. Does that mean different arsenic levels? That phrase wasn't clear as well.
Well, I remember this coming up in our conversations in Virginia. Dr. Pesa, is it?
Yeah, there are two thoughts that should be split off into two thoughts. Differential contamination means that there is no standardized collection protocol amongst those studies. There may be amongst the subset of studies, but not all the studies that were included in high quality. When you collect arsenic and are measuring parts per billion, it doesn't take hardly any variation or differential to change the measurement. And that's how you process the sample, how you collect the sample. And then there is no round robin standardization across labs that make the measurement. Now, I know that one lab has made many of the measurements, but not all the measurements.
So you're talking about variation among studies about how the samples were handled and analyzed and stuff,
Correct.
Right? It just says drinking water sources, so it didn't come across to me that it was about different studies.
Well, sources being whether you're in a rural area with a communal pump, or you're in an urban area at a faucet.
Okay.
That was the intent of that.
Right. So this is coming back to me, Dr. Pesa, and this was your comment. Could you perhaps recommend one or two sentences to replace this sentence?
I will definitely do that.
40 to 43. Yeah,
Yes.
because it really refers to sampling protocols in studies.
But also, how does it relate to I'm sure it's clear if you read like the whole section it's about, but how does this issue about how the drinking water samples are collected and the data be, not as the same or whatever in different studies relate to mechanisms of action?
Well, if you're not sure about the actual accuracy of the numbers that you get.
Yeah, I think this is
the mechanisms of actions could be very different.
I have a comment there. in my experience with lab analysis, analytical chemistry of metals in the lab, arsenic is actually one of the elements with the highest accuracy. We see it all the time, the coefficients of variation, the ICCs, even over time. It's extremely remarkable, robust, and it's really difficult to contaminate samples with arsenic. It's so different from, lead, zinc, nickel, aluminum. All of those elements are really hard to measure in the lab. You have contamination all the time. The accuracy is an issue. But arsenic is really remarkably wonderful element that is very well analyzed in the lab. So I have my concern about the accuracy of the measurements across different labs and settings is extremely low. It's very robust. These data overall in general are extremely robust. So that's my comment. I wanted to bring that up.
I appreciate that. And maybe I was generalizing to other contaminants because I know that these are real problems, as you mentioned. But I still have an issue with whether the environmental source, whether it be tap water or a common water source in a community, a rural community that's highly contaminated, even though it then goes on and gets accuracy at the analytical level, whether those really reflect exposure, the real exposure, and that there aren't differences in how those translate. So that's kind of what that comment. Now, if you tell me that collection in Bangladesh is the same as collection in Massachusetts in terms of introducing or not introducing arsenic into the collection process before it gets to the lab for ICP, mass spec, or however it's done, atomic absorption, then I'm fine with deleting the entire that entire thought. But it just seems someone that's, anyways, yeah, so I'll just leave it at that. There's a faith commitment that all samples are collected to the same standard.
I think it's reasonable to say that it's important to look at the quality control, that the papers report the quality control procedures and laboratory methods. That I think is very reasonable. It's part of the, rigor and bias assessment. Sometimes papers can either report them or reference another paper where it was published before, because sometimes journals have a lot of restriction in word count. So it might not be always reported in the paper, and that doesn't mean it's wrong. But I think that's a reasonable comment to just have that as one additional criteria that there
Quality
is.
control at collection.
Yeah, at collection throughout the process, from collection to analysis. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I can do that.
All right.
Oh, my comment is, it's just about how it's written, not whether there is variation or problems or not. It just, to someone who doesn't really know what it's about, it's talking about biomarkers, and then it never ties into, say, the part about the the drinking water samples it never makes the transition to say that this is about the exposure analysis in these studies. I think that's what's missing, because it just confused me. Something needs to be added to tie it together. Is that okay? Thanks.
Good.
I still have a problem with this bullet starting with a sentence that says the mechanism of actions are not robustly described. And then it goes on to talk about all these issues about sample handling.
Right.
Right. Those are two separate issues.
Those are two separate issues, and I don't know what is going on here.
Right. So they're two separate concepts. They could be split out into two bullet points. The one about mode of action is if you actually read the depth to which they talk and consider mode of action to a mode of action person it's not detailed, and they're really reflecting most on the most convenient biomarker that have been associated with exposure as opposed to true mechanisms of action. That is cause and effect as opposed to associations.
Right. So in suggesting revisions to this, Dr. Pesa, could you maybe consider this whole bullet and
I'll
maybe
break it up
into
I'll break it up into 2 bullets if that's
Yes.
with the committee.
I think that would be great, and then we could review that next time. Very good. Okay. I think you're still on, Dr. Post.
Okay, my last comment on this part of the charge question, it's the same thing about the tiers on page 9, the tier 2 bullets. Like, if the titles aren't the first one, the title on line 32, if the titling and labeling of the figures isn't clear, and like it seems like an easy thing to do to clarify the titles and mention if they were selected for dose response analysis. That's why and it makes it a lot easier for the reader, whether that should be tier 1, I thought should be considered. If the second bullet, if studies used urinary arsenic, like just to mention if it was speciated or not for each study, and maybe some of the others, but it's particularly those two. I don't know what line 4 means. Maybe it's mentioned above in the earlier part of the response. Review the assignment of study design for cross-sectional studies. Does that mean that some of the ones that are designated as cross-sectional might not really be cross-sectional?
Yes. Dr. Pinnell commented on that in his comments, and that was, I think, I'm looking for
I
that.
think it might be in another part of, I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I didn't have any comments on this part.
right. But you did note somewhere that some suggested changed language about things being misidentified as cross-sectional.
But
Oh,
should the
yeah,
bullet
yeah.
be I'm saying, should the bullet be expanded to say, or is that is that mentioned before in the part above the bullet saying that some of them aren't designated correctly? Oh, here it is. It's on page 8. I see it.
Yeah.
Okay, Nate, so that's okay, but the first, like, I guess it's just like a general comment if something's really easy to do, but it's not wrong, like designate the studies that are selected for dose response in the table in the figure or something. Should that be tier 1 or 2? I'm not sure. Or saying if urinary arsenic speciated, I think that's helpful to say it. Helpful to the reader.
Can I make a suggestion there?
Please.
I was going to offer a somewhat similar comment and almost wonder if the first 2 bullets of tier 2 could just be added to the tier 1 recommendations. So just taking the first tier 1 first, the panel recommended the EPA present the logic and sequence of inclusion, et cetera. My recollection is that we had thought it would be very helpful to be able to follow the studies all the way through to dose response. So I do agree that making that first bullet a little bit more specific to include things like dose response all the way through to dose response would be helpful. And that might help address Gloria's thought. And the same thing kind of with the second bullet in each section.
Yeah, this is Margaret. I had a very similar comment in my comments, and it does relate to transparency and clarity. So I quite agree with that point, especially the point about denoting studies that were including for the dose response analyses. And then there was a second comment that was made in the text that didn't appear in the bullet about that sort of arbitrary cut point of greater than 25 studies or less than 25 studies, since that really didn't pertain to how many studies ended up in the meta-regression or the dose response analyses. So again, it sort of gets back to what we were talking about before and following the workflow, that if that figure had those things, that's key to following the document. So I'll just chime in agreement there.
So would it be correct then, in your views, to take the first bullet under tier 2 and make that a second sentence of the first bullet under tier 1?
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm hearing. Yeah, I think so.
Especially the second part of the denoting the studies.
Mm-hmm.
And then I think the point about the removing that sort of arbitrary cut point that's not justified. And again, this isn't a heavy lift. This is clarity and transparency without adding a lot of work, at least in this point of the discussion, of figure clarity.
Yeah.
And that's in my comments as well, Dr.
Right.
Thorne.
So the 25 data sets thing, that's currently listed as bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 under tier 2. And so you're suggesting to move that to tier 1?
Yes. I
Okay.
think I might have missed the 7th bullet one.
It goes on to page, oh, I'm sorry. No,
I don't see it
no, my
myself.
mistake,
Okay.
I was flipping over thinking it was page 10, and it was page 8. I'm sorry. Yeah, so that's a continuation of a point from page 7 to page 8, right?
Mhm,
Okay,
right. So
right.
I'm suggesting we add it, and
Yeah.
that's in my feedback. Thank
Okay.
you so much.
Yeah, okay, so add to tier 1. Okay. I got so many pieces of paper and so many screens going here. I'm losing it. I apologize. Okay, I got that now.
You're doing great.
Yeah. Okay. That's good. So I think, Dr. Post, we've addressed your written comments on 2B.
Yes.
Okay, and Dr. Barton had one. I think have we addressed that? Let's see.
On page 7, line 44, this
This needs to be specified.
This parenthetical, e.g. incidence IAG, include incident CHD and fatal CHD and fatal IAG, etc.
Yeah.
CHD isn't in the description, and our recommendation, I'm not sure why the CHD is sort of after the IHD anyway. Not sure what this was meant to be.
Yeah.
Yes, it's also not in the list of acronyms.
Right, CHD isn't.
Yeah, CHD isn't. Why do I know that? Because I don't know this stuff. So I was like, what is it?
Yeah. Okay.
So maybe somebody who was involved in that could rewrite that EG.
Well, could it just say incident IHD?
Somebody who understands forest plots should comment, not me.
Yeah, so what outcomes should be grouped or provided in separate forest plots? I remember this discussion,
Let me try. I am reading it to see if I can
yeah.
provide some advice.
Yeah, I think if I remember right, we thought that incident or fatal IHD should be the focus.
Yes.
And that was the point, and I'm not sure this is making that point.
Yeah, I think makes sense to have the incidents, a plot for incident events, and that includes either normally when you have incidents, you have both fatal and non-fatal. And I think the outcome that we prioritize is the ischemic heart disease or coronary heart disease. That terminology is equivalent. So either IHD or CHD. And so that, yeah, it would be nice if the forest plot is for that endpoint. You can have another one for mortality, fatal only. But I believe the recommendation was to focus on the incidence CHD or incidence IHD is the same, ischemic heart disease or coronary heart disease. No, ischemic, heart disease or coronary heart disease, yeah. It's the same.
Right, so given that those are the same, could this parenthesis just say e.g. incident IHD and leave it at that?
Yeah, that's enough, yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Okay, that's a simple solution. Okay.
The other CVD endpoints would need to be separately. It's not, yeah.
Yeah, and I think those are made elsewhere in the document.
Yeah.
There's quite some language on that. Okay.
Page 9, I'm not sure if that's still to be, lines 8 and 9.
8 and 9.
Yeah, I guess I was confused about this, whether individuals tested for inorganic arsenic for each individual outcome. I just had trouble following that sentence. I mean, are the individuals tested for inorganic arsenic? I'm not sure what that means.
Yeah, I guess what I think it means is if you're enrolled in an epidemiologic study looking at the relationship with cardiovascular disease and arsenic exposure, is the study also considering other outcomes such as diabetes, which could have a bearing on the study design or study approach? I think that's what it's trying to say.
I think I may have contributed that sentence, and that's exactly what was the intended meaning.
So it could be rewritten to clarify. I don't think you test people for inorganic arsenic. I mean, you do collect urine from people in those kinds of studies, but in other studies, you're using drinking water as the exposure. So I don't quite understand this comment about testing people for inorganic arsenic.
Yeah, I think it's just in epidemiologic studies looking at the relationship between arsenic exposure and cardiovascular disease, are they also considering other health outcomes?
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that was the intended meaning. It got sort of convoluted.
Okay.
And that you account for interactions between those two diseases or types
that
of
makes total sense to me. So if that sentence said that, that would be great.
Okay,
It's not just in this particular example, it's not just a matter of interaction, because diabetes is a risk factor for cardiovascular disease. Diabetes is a metabolic disorder. It's something that takes quite a while to be diagnosed, and it's on the pathway to cardiovascular disease. So it's a little bit complicated in that regard, in the sense that it's not necessarily an interaction, but it's part of the pathway. It's in the causal pathway between arsenic and cardiovascular disease.
so it can be a modifying factor?
Not modify, it's mediating factor.
Mediating factor, that's the word I was looking for, sorry. Okay, I can rewrite that, suggest different language here. Okay, very good. That's good catch. We'd rather have scratch our heads over these than have EPA scratch their heads over them later on, so that's great.
I'll just note that that bullet starts out talking about 4 non-cancer health outcomes. And so I'm not sure whether those 4 are the same or different than the 4 we were talking about previously. This is
Yeah, I think this is charge question 2, and so it's the 4 I can insert listed above or whatever again, just to make sure
okay,
it's clear which 4.
if that's right, I think
Yeah.
it would help.
Right.
There are 4 health outcomes that were subject to meta-analyses, and so that's why I keep being sort of hung up about whether the 4 health outcomes. Now, here it does say non-cancer, so that certainly helps, but
Right. Okay. I'll clarify that when I redraft that bullet. Okay. Other comments on 2B that anyone has to offer?
I've got one more, kind of in the spirit of talking about the different recommendations. The very last bullet in tier 2, which starts with the report needs. I feel pretty strongly that this should be elevated to tier 1 to be consistent with the other recommendations where we say need, and also makes it more consistent with some of the recommendations across the comments. This is not additional work. It's just clarifying what was considered or not where, and how some of these attributes are described and used in the assessment, particularly knowing that these will be very important to how the assessment is applied by users in the future.
Okay. So if you can scroll up, Will, just a little bit here. So no other way. Sorry, I guess scroll down. There we go. So it's the bullet right at the top there. The report needs clarification on the key confounders, covariates, and risk modifiers, how these are incorporated in the assessment synthesis.
Sorry, it's the last tier 2 recommendation as well. It looks like that bullet is repeated right there. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I would just move that to tier 1, just as we had done with the other recommendation that said the report needs.
Yeah. Okay. Any objection? Hearing none, we'll move that to tier 1. Okay.
I'm assuming, Dr. Thorne, that we're gonna review all of these tomorrow, all these edits, just so we're all on the same page.
So our next meeting is not tomorrow, but it's
Not tomorrow, next meeting.
Yes.
Because we had made a few other recommendations on this that we already discussed. So just want to make sure that it comes out the way we think it's going to come out. Thank you.
Yeah, hopefully. And if not, if we can't get it done, then it might have to fall to the 22nd. But yes, we will have an opportunity to look at these before it's finalized. Okay, I think that's all I've heard, or all that's been submitted with regard to charge question 2. we should take a moment just to,
Dr. Thorne, can I ask you another question?
please.
In relation to this, in terms of transparency and how we get to identified studies and what ends up in dose response analyses, I had a thought that if something ends up in the dose response part, the meta regression, that one would want to make sure that it was covered in the hazard assessment section. And I didn't know specifically what editing we needed to do for that. And maybe this is a point we can discuss later. But it was something that crossed my mind here as a note.
Okay, so you're saying that if it ends up in the dose response, if a study contributes to the dose response meta regression, it needs to have been covered in the hazard assessment.
Right. One way or another, yeah.
Yeah, I haven't checked to see if that is the case. I don't know if anyone else has. Do you have you looked, Dr. Karagas, to see if that is the case, or are you suspicious that there are some that are not covered in the hazard assessment?
It's more of a conceptual comment at this point.
Yeah.
Just to ensure that that's the case, but no, I just mean conceptually moving forward, if there are some additions or it's found that additional studies meet criteria, that they would want to cover that in the hazard identification, because it's I think of it as kind of a funnel where you identify all the studies, summarize them for at least for the non-cancer endpoints, and then some are selected. And that's what our comment is here, is making sure that the reader is following that trajectory. And so I was just a note to keep in mind as we go through.
Can I just build on that real briefly? One, in support, but two, just conceptually, one thing that we talked a lot about when we were together as well is that there was another layer of kind of filters put on. So when we're thinking about this, the filtering the studies for dose response, whether it's in the hazard section or somewhere else, just making sure it's really clear when a study kind of exited the filter or the funnel and why. And so I would agree that's just as a conceptual, if we're making conceptual comment like this, that we go all the way through dose response.
Okay. All right, well, let's put that thought in the parking lot. And I think as we go through the charge questions, there may be an opportunity to reflect on that. If not, we'll come back to it, or we certainly will come back to it directly. And I can also do a little homework on that before our next meeting. Anything else on charge question 2? Okay. So we are at 1:45 Central, 2:45 Eastern. We're scheduled to take a short break after 2D. And before we launch into 3. How about if we take a step into 3 and hold off on our break until more of the scheduled time, see if we can make progress on 3. I think there's not a lot on 3. I think if we could turn to Dr. Pinnell, you had a comment on 3A and tier 2 recommendation regarding IHD outcome.
Yeah, let me go up to that. Yeah, so this had to do with there's a tier 2 recommendation about the IHD outcome that basically seemed like a continuation of the tier 1 outcome above it. So this was on page 12, PDF page 21, lines 12 to 17. So I just kind of recommend combining those two statements.
Yeah.
Or combining into just a tier 1.
Yep. That makes sense to me. Not that page. So page 12. That's 21. So yeah.
Yeah, 12 of the
12 of this
document, 21 of the PDF.
Yeah. Okay. So go up a little more. There we go. So the recommendation is that the tier 2 becomes what, second sentence of tier 1?
Yeah.
I think that makes sense. Any objections? Okay, hearing none.
I thought there was an argument to focus it on IHD mortality because that's a clear measure, whereas non-fatal incidence is a soft measure.
I need to review back. Sorry, because now I don't remember myself how many studies were in each of them. So
There's 5 for each.
5 for each.
Yes.
Selecting either fatal events only. Yeah, I think that I remember I think it's in a way up to the EPA, what they would like to do. The mortality, it's true. I agree with Chris that that mortality is always it's an easier outcome. It's easier to count deaths. And in general, ischemic heart disease is generally a relatively high quality outcome, more or less, not always. It's not easy to count, but a bit easier than the incidence, where you need to have better surveillance systems for the studies. And some studies have better high quality surveillance systems than others to identify the non-fatal and in addition to the fatal. But I think either way would be good. I need to review myself what I wrote at the time. I cannot remember if I recommended either the mortality or the incidence.
Well, I remember having discussion on this as well, and in the sense that I got from that discussion is that the non-fatal, the studies that looked at non-fatal IHD were of high quality and therefore added to the data available. And although fatality is easier to count, those studies that looked at non-fatal incidents did a good job, and therefore we felt that they strengthened.
For sure, the ones that I remember, like Keel's cohort, Strong Heart Study, others, they are very rigorous in the way they are doing their surveillance. So yeah, I think this to me makes total sense. And sometimes by only looking at mortality also, you only look at the point of the iceberg in a way, and you don't incorporate the full burden of disease. So I think it makes sense. But either way, I could see the EPA making a strong argument one way or another. And I think both cases would be defensible. Yeah. So I don't know, why do we need to make a recommendation for this? It's and this is, I cannot remember this.
Well, the recommendation on the table is to move tier 2 to be part of the tier 1 recommendation.
Okay.
Move the first bullet of tier 2 as a second sentence of the tier 1.
Correct.
Okay. Yes. Yeah, the tier 1 is very clear, and that, yeah. And the question is, do you only do mortality or do you do incidence ischemic heart disease? Yeah. And
Right.
in either case, there could be different arguments, and but yeah, to make it clear. And yeah, I am going to review everything again.
Okay,
So,
This-
so right now, the way it's written is you're recommending that they choose one or the other,
Yeah,
or both.
or both.
or then
Yes,
change
I
it
think
to and or.
yes. To
instead
me,
of just
both
or.
would be perfect. I think it makes total sense. Focus on ischemic heart disease. That is very clear based on the evidence available. And then preferably to present the mortality only and the incidence, which encompasses both mortality and non-fatal. Yeah,
Yeah.
that to me would be the preferred approach.
I think in the previous point, we said that we asked them to graph everything, right, individually.
Mhm.
So this is somewhat redundant.
That was about the forest plots, you mean?
Yes,
I don't think this is
Yeah, and
about
again,
the forest plots, right?
no.
but it's
What I'm talking
related.
about, listing ischemic heart disease and listing them separately for mortality and for incidence and breaking that incidence down to non-fatal.
No, I think you can
Oh,
break it down to non-fatal.
Okay.
Studies don't do that. The non-fatal alone, that's never reported. Or if it's reported, it's rare and not very trustable. Studies either report only mortality or they report the combination.
Okay.
So the forest plot should be only mortality or a forest plot with the incidence, which includes both mortality and non-fatal.
I think this is an important point because I think the reason that the second tier bullet was placed in second tier, and I'm just guessing, is because it's saying either or. So we're not making this directive statement to the EPA. The directive statement is it needs to be ischemic heart disease. That's indisputable.
Yes.
But then the second one was saying, well, you could do this or that. And I think that's why it might have originally been put second tier. But I did get tripped up in the report a bit if we were saying fatal or incident events. So I think it's important that we be very consistent and very intentional in what we're actually saying. Are we saying either or? Are we saying both? Or are we saying incidents, which includes fatal and non-fatal events? So that's what I think is that we should be clear and consistent.
So, yeah, Matthew Gribble?
So I think that the summary of the previous discussion would suggest that focusing on incidence inclusive of fatal and non-fatal was the preferred approach. But if I'm misunderstanding it and we are completely agnostic, then the way that it's worded makes sense. But I defer to Anna and others who have more experience in cardiovascular outcomes what the recommendation should be, but I thought that there wasn't like ambiguity here. I thought that one was considered a better approach, and we might want to direct it like Margaret was just saying.
Yeah. You, Barton?
so, I mean, this is all explicitly about IHD. And so the point I want to make is, and I don't remember whether it's in the recommendations, but the discussion for the other CHD endpoint is very different because there you have, I think, 2 studies for incidence and 5 for um, fatal. And so what's a little tricky here is, we want to make this recommendation as clear as possible around ischemic heart disease. And at the same time, we want our text to make clear what the challenges for the endpoint that they're currently using is, because EPA can do what they want and they could stick with that endpoint. I mean, NRC, we had told them ischemic heart disease and they still didn't do it. So, so I think we just have to have, I think we do have in the body of our text our critique on the other cardiovascular endpoint. And so these bullets need to be as clear as possible. But there is the other problem that, and we don't know whether EPA understands now or not, but they argued that, the use of the uncertainty factor, that incidence was not a serious, endpoint, as if they didn't understand that incidence included both fatal and non-fatal disease. Now, hopefully that's clear to them now. But again, this is where it gets a little tricky, is because of the previous language in the EPA documents and sort of their misunderstandings.
Yeah, I am reviewing the document that we wrote. I mean, we edited it together. I worked really hard on this, and I can see we gave them really, really good guidance and explain what is ischemic heart disease. That is a more specific outterm. Cardiovascular disease is an umbrella term, all of that. And then there are two types of studies looking at arsenic and ischemic heart disease, some reporting both fatal and non-fatal, others focusing only on the fatal events, and the different pros and cons of doing both. And I think we said either selecting ischemic heart disease or ischemic heart disease incidence would be appropriate for the dose response analysis. I think it might be a good idea to recommend the EPA to do both and to do the dose response for both the ischemic heart disease mortality only and the incidence. I think my guess is that it's going to show pretty consistent results, which I think will be robust also. It will be an element of strength for them to see those side by side. So maybe that will be a way to make it simpler for them.
Okay, so then.
And of course, they can always choose, they can always choose to do only one. But
so it could be something like conduct analysis of both IHD mortality and IHD incidence for the dose response analysis.
Yes, and like that, it makes sense with the recommendation for the forest plot. You put your forest plots for both types. You can look at your forest plot, the studies that you have available. It's very clear and transparent, and then you carry those to the response analysis. I think it makes sense. It will be, and like that, people will be able to see it, will be able to understand it. People won't be confused of why you only included the mortality, what's happened with the incident papers, or if you do the incidents, what's happening with the studies that only had mortality. I think this will make it much more transparent and easier to follow.
Okay. I think we've got it. So just to refresh here, so the tier 2 recommendation is going to be combined with the tier 1 recommendation, and instead of this language selecting either, it's going to say conduct analysis of both IHD mortality, fatal events only, and IHD incidents, both fatal and non-fatal events, for the dose response analysis.
Very good.
Okay. Great.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone. So let's take a short break now. I think we're scheduled for 20 minutes, but I'd recommend 15 if that's acceptable to people. Yeah, okay, so let's reconvene at 1/4 past the hour. and we'll take it up with the next question. Okay, so I'll see you in 15. Okay, it's time to reconvene. And get everyone back. Hopefully people are back here with us. I see mostly names on the screen, a few smiling faces, but we'll resume. So one thing I did want to point to here is probably one of the more embarrassing typos in the document, and something that Dr. Pennell graciously called a minor editorial comment, is the fact that we listed him as an assistant professor rather than professor. So Professor Pennell, my apologies for that. And that has been corrected now. But I would ask all of you to look at the roster, which is on the first couple pages, and look at your name and affiliation and academic rank, and do let us know if there's any mistakes in any of that. We want to make sure and get that all correct. So with that, okay, we are now looking at question 3B, which begins on page 12. And this pertains to diabetes. And it's a relatively short section with one tier recommendation, and that was tier 1 recommendation. That was to prioritize the analysis on type 2 diabetes over type 1 diabetes. And I think that's certainly, there's a lot of text speaking to why that is and the evidence for it, and that's pretty straightforward. And I think that's well received. And then there's some tier 2 recommendations, which are more minor. I received no written comments about this section, but I just invite anyone who has anything to say on 3B to speak up. Okay, pretty straightforward, I think. So hearing none, let's go to 3C, which concerns the pregnancy and birth outcomes, begins on the bottom of page 13, and then goes on to 14. On page 14, line 7, there's a typo. Literature by 2022 becomes literature, updated literature to 2022. And then lines 18 to 20, Dr. Post, you had a suggestion there.
Where is it? Page 14.
Page 14, lines 18 and 19.
Understand what that meant. The dose of inorganic arsenic exposure may be a critical value in determining the adverse health effects during pregnancy and infancy. Like, for all of the effects, the dose is related to the effect. So does that mean something specific, like that it occurs within certain ranges and not within other ranges, or the shape of the dose response curve is different? I just don't know why that sentence is there or what it's intended to tell us.
Yeah, so this section, the subgroup was Doctors Chen, Karagas, Wyckoff, and Wood. Can one of you speak to that?
Can you say again which line? Sorry, I was trying to find it on my own document.
Yeah, it's page 14, lines 18, 19. So it's shown right here.
18, yep, okay, thanks.
18 and 19, yeah. The dose of inorganic arsenic exposure may be a critical value in determining the adverse health effects during pregnancy and infancy.
And also, really, the dose of inorganic arsenic exposure, it sounds like that just, no matter what, it sounds like that means editing, I think.
Yeah.
So Glorious, I think this is basically talking about potentially the effects could change depending on the exposure levels. So I think if the levels would be low, because we have low scenario and high exposure scenario, and some of this written there just like to show that there could be difference in terms of the dose response at lower and higher end of exposure. So that's why that's the sentence is sort of like a introductory sentence there for the potential risk related to adverse effects during pregnancy and infancy. And that's why then leading to the comments that we should probably think about, to consider the associations at different exposure levels. That's from the line from 19 to 21.
Do you mean like the effects are different? The actual effects that occur are different, or the dose response is different?
So those response could be different, because there's no guarantee that, it's always like the exposure you study at the high end of exposure will be able to to say you would have similar exposure or similar risk at lower exposures, because there is, for a given study, usually there is no overlap between very low end, like US exposure levels, and very high level exposure, like in Bangladesh. So that's why, this is sort of like referring to a potential, the association you see at the high end of exposure may not be the same as in lower end, especially there are studies of infant mortality, which is also, it's very rare in the US. That's why,
maybe it would say the exposure range in the study or something like that.
Okay.
Or some, because just to read it by itself, like the dose always affects, like that just means there's a dose response the way it's written. It doesn't come, what you're saying isn't coming through in that sentence, really.
So could say that the inorganic arsenic exposure range in a study may be a critical value in determining?
Yes.
I'm wondering if we
So-
need that sentence. It seems like the previous sentence, talks about highly exposed versus, and, et cetera. And then just go on to the sentence about the stratification and skip the sentence in between.
It would be clear that way, I think.
Dr. States?
Yeah, I think that what it's trying to capture is that different outcomes occur at different exposures. So it may take a higher exposure for the loss, stillbirth to occur, but you may see other things like, impairments and earlier onset of chronic diseases with lower exposures.
If that's what it wants to say, maybe it should say the range of inorganic arsenic exposure may be critical in determining the specific adverse health effects or something like that.
There you go. Perfect.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. Really talking about a specific adverse health
That's
effect.
what I wasn't right. And the range, it should have the word range or something in it too.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I think what I've got here is, rather than striking the sentence, keeping it, but having it read, the inorganic arsenic exposure range may be a critical value in determining the specific adverse health effects during pregnancy and infancy. Specific adverse health effects observed during pregnancy and infancy. Okay. Further down on lines 41, here we briefly touched on this before, but the definition of cross-sectional studies was inconsistent. Dr. Pinnell suggested changing this to some studies were incorrectly classified as cross-sectional.
Yes, I think that's a good point. Yeah, to change it to incorrectly, because, given a one study, it should be incorrectly or correctly anyway. So some of the study actually are a prospective study and then be classified as cross-sectional. That should be corrected.
Okay. On the next page, 15 at the very top, Dr. Post had suggested revised language here. Go ahead.
On line 2 to 4, it's the very top of the page. It says that using urinary, it just using urinary arsenic might result in increased variability for studies that did not speciate arsenic and exclude arsenobutane, and in populations eating seafood high in arsenic or forms that produce metabolites of arsenic. To me, the second part of the sentence wasn't clear, where it said starts with in beginning and in populations eating seafood. Do you think I was wondering if it was supposed to say studies that didn't speciate arsenic and exclude arsenobutane, particularly in populations eating seafood high in arsenic. Then it would make sense.
I agree with that. And we might want to add the word total urinary arsenic, just to clarify on line 2, using total. That do not speciate and exclude, especially in populations eating seafood. You could just end actually the sentence right there. High, and I mean, seafood is
yes. Yes.
I think if the populations don't eat seafood at all, then total urinary arsenic is generally really good. But if the populations eat seafood, then that's where you really need the speciation.
That's why I thought it should say, instead of and, somewhat especially or particularly or something like that, in populations eating seafood.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what we got here is on page 3 to 81, lines 25, 26, using total urinary arsenic might result in increased variability for studies that did not speciate arsenic and exclude arsenobutane, particularly in populations eating seafood high in arsenic, period.
That's
seafood, period.
Just eating seafood, and with eating seafood.
And it with eating seafood.
Yeah.
And
okay.
Yeah.
So I had two quick thoughts. I think it's actually maybe confusing wording, but or forms that produce metabolites of arsenic. There can be other dietary components like rice that contribute to DMA. That's an inorganic arsenic exposure pathway, but there are other things in rice that might contribute to DMA, and there are other foods, like some traditional foods might contribute to DMA. So it might be nice to not exclusively caveat it on seafood, but maybe there's a clear way to word that. And then
is DMA exposure, like arsenobutane, is considered to be non-toxic? It's my understanding is the rice and the DMA, it's that inorganic arsenic, is that considered non-toxic?
I think the question would be like thiarsenicals as a confounding thing with the inorganic, rather than the inorganic that gets converted to DMA because it's still inorganic. The other thing that I wanted to just briefly say is that result in increased variability. I just think that's unclear what's meant. Is that talking about effect size uncertainty? Is that talking about like study specific effect size?
I think rather than increased variability, to me, the issue is that the interpretation of the biomarker, it's more complicated. There is uncertainty in the interpretation of what total arsenic means if you have seafood exposure. Regarding the rice, although I agree that's a little bit of complications, I don't think it's honestly as bad at all, because there is so much inorganic arsenic in rice that, even though DMA could be considered a less toxic than inorganic per se, but I honestly, I don't think it's necessarily to complicate things so much. The seafood is really important because seafood dramatically changes the interpretation of total arsenic if you don't have speciation data. So I think it's very important to add that caveat. For other things, I'd be worried because we don't really have enough data, and I don't even, we have a lot of data, and I don't think it's so much of an issue.
So maybe a suggested wording could be using urinary arsenic might be challenging to interpret in populations eating seafood.
In the absence of arsenic speciation.
Yeah, without arsenic species, arsenobutane.
Yeah.
But so instead of
I would not say exclude arsenobutane because there are so many ways that you could, and excluding arsenobutane is not enough. So I would just say, I would not go into that. That makes very complicated. I would just say you need, if you have seafood, you need to speciate.
Okay, so what I've got now is this part of the sentence. Using total urinary arsenic might result in uncertainty interpretation for studies that did not speciate arsenic.
If in populations that eat seafood.
Particularly in populations eating seafood.
Perfect.
Right.
That's enough. You don't need anything else.
I agree with that. As long as the wording checks out as like a sentence. If you want to put it in the chat, it might be easier to parse than verbally.
Okay. I don't type very well, but I can try. Let's see here. I don't even have the chat open at the moment.
So
So
we're gonna have a chance to go through these edits, right?
Yes.
Yeah, I think you can wait until next section. You can just write the draft now, whoever is the lead discussant.
Right, and this will be clearly marked here as with track changes, so I think I got it, and I think it will be a sentence. So
Will we have this before next Monday?
Yeah.
Be able to review these track changes before next Monday? Yes? Okay, great.
Thank you.
So yeah, it's a trust but verify kind of thing here.
But I agree, it's better for this kind of report, it's to refer to it as interpretation. I mean, the issue's measurement error, but I think that gets a little geeky and maybe and too technical. So I like that wording.
Okay. Very
Yeah,
good.
I thought the wording was really nice.
Yep,
Okay.
totally agree.
And simple.
All right, so now we're on page 16 and we're looking at the tiering of the recommendations. Thank you. And there was a suggestion from Dr. Karagas that the first 3 of these listed as tier 2 be moved to tier 1. And I don't know if you want to speak to that, Dr. Karagas.
The first bullet relates to the point we raised just earlier about, you know, the shape of the dose response and potentially even the endpoints. I think the third bullet reminds me of what we discussed before about ischemic heart disease incidence. You know, we need to make sure we're defining our outcomes very clearly. And so that, to me, is a transparency issue that seems to align with the definition of a tier 1 recommendation. And it did seem like that tier 3 bullet is like starting out. The other ones seem to me also recommendations, not suggestions. So that's why I was suggesting tier 1, mindful that we don't want to overdo it. But at the same time, hearing you say we need to call it as defined for the moment. And so that's my comment. I don't know if others.
So I would agree with that, and I would suggest that the third bullet become the first, the second become the second, and the third become the first become the third. So just switch the first and the third and move them all to tier 1.
That's fine with me.
Okay, so the outcome definition assessment is the first tier 1. The section can be renamed as the second tier 1, and the context of high or low is the third tier 1.
That's fine with me. Thanks.
It's a logical flow.
Okay. The bullet 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It starts with explain the difference. Dr. Pennell had the comment that perhaps there was a word missing or he didn't understand what this was saying. So explain the difference in study inclusion when one study that examined multiple outcomes was not included in the figures of all examined outcomes.
That may be one that needs a little wordsmithing.
So I
I
think
think what happened is as we were going through the forest plots, there were studies that might have looked at multiple outcomes and they'd be included in one forest plot, but not in another forest plot. And so it wasn't clear like if they were like using this inclusion criteria, and the study met the definition of for them to include in the forest plot, why wouldn't it be included in the other outcomes? And that language might have gotten a bit garbled. So that was the idea.
Okay, Dr. Chen, you were.
I was just saying that similarly to Margaret said, actually. So I explained the difference in the reporting. Actually try to use the sort of like reporting the figures of the study inclusion. So maybe we can reword this as explain the difference in including studies to report in figures, while one study, while some study actually would be examining multiple outcomes, but only was included in one figure, not the other, something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I will rewrite that to reflect the comments that we just got. Okay, anything else in 3C? Let's see. Yeah, Dr. Post, I think you had a 3C.
I think it's on 3D, isn't it?
Let's see.
Line
16, line 40. Yes, it's mislabeled on my form here. I'm sorry. Okay, we'll wait on that one then. Oops.
I've got a possible comment suggestion on the last bullet here. Scroll back up. So in this last bullet, the way it's phrased isn't really an action. This might be put a pin in it as well because it overlaps with some of the recommendations we made on 2B on clarifying risk modifiers, covariates, all of that. So the pin in it is, do we want to combine? And I guess the request here is, do we need to make an action?
Yes.
Okay.
Should be included.
I think this one's a little tricky because depending on what some of these variables are classified as could mean additional work. So I think that what I've understood our recommendations to be is just clarifying what was and wasn't considered in each outcome and endpoint. So I'll leave it to everyone else. I mean, I certainly agree with the statement here, but I guess I want everyone else to weigh in on if we're asking them to do more to assess these risk modifiers.
Yeah, I think this is a tier 2 recommendation, sort of like suggest the EPA would consider variables like pre-pregnancy BMI, nutrition status, especially related to fetal growth, so infant growth is really important. I guess we can be a little bit more assertive, say, maybe use an action word, include variables such as pre-pregnancy BMI and nutrition status as effect modifiers of the association between arsenic and these and infant and fetal and infant health outcomes.
Yeah, and then I guess I just build on that we're real careful with the language because the document uses risk modifiers as a phrase. It's different than, let's say, bias or covariate. So I think just when we rewrite it, we'll want to pay attention to that carefully.
Yes, these are not covariates. These are risk effect modifiers, like, risk modifiers. Yes.
So Dr. Chen, can you send us some revised language?
I'll send you a sentence on this.
Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Okay, let's move to 4D, then neurodevelopmental effects. Starts on page 16, bottom third, and moves on. And here we have tier 2 and 3 recommendations, and there's a recommendation that the first bullet be moved to a tier 1. That comes from Dr. Karagas, I believe. Let's see. And there was suggested language to be added here too that, let's see, where it's in that first bullet, please go to the first bullet on page 17. Overall, yeah, there. So there's about partway down, it says it is recommended that EPA highlight more cohort studies. And there was suggestion to change that to include instead of highlight. And then there was this, at the end of that sentence, before the cohort study findings were, the suggestion was recent prospective studies on neurodevelopmental outcomes include, and then there was a list of 6 studies that Dr. Karagas sent along to recommend inclusion in there. And those are studies from 2022 and 2023. You want to speak to that, Dr. Karagas, or have I said it okay?
This comes up a few times in the report that neurodevelopmental outcomes, we had the one study. Could we take a more comprehensive approach, or could the EPA take a more comprehensive approach to the literature? And in our report, we list a number of publications that are potentially relevant. Some of them are papers that include exposure mixtures. So I think this ties into several comments that were made regarding neurodevelopmental outcomes as being relevant to the assessment. So that's why I threw in the studies that I thought could be considered. This one, yeah, so that's one of the points that I made here. And I don't know if any of the other committee members who made similar comments or differing comments want to chime in here.
I didn't make a comment, but I do agree that this really strengthens that bullet point to include those as examples of studies that could be used or should be used, I guess. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And I concur that that can be a tier 1. That's a good suggestion, I think. The next comment on this page was from Dr. Post, was lines 32 to 33.
I had a comment on the previous page that you hadn't under C. It's on page 16. Well, it's a typo or something. And my comment has a typo in it too, but basically on line 41, the number of studies, it says 52 and 17, and that doesn't add up to 75. So
there are 3 studies in the 2022 update that EPA decided they weren't going to consider at all, and I wasn't quite sure whether that was a valid point.
Maybe it should just say note, so someone reading it like me who doesn't know, just like note 3 or of the
yeah, so we could include in that sentence the 3 studies in 2022 that were not considered. And
okay,
it adds up
because
to
I didn't know that, and it just didn't add up. Okay, thank you. So then I had one comment on page 17 on 32 to 33. Again, it's about the fish and the arsenic in the seafood. Significant temporal spikes in inorganic arsenic exposures that occur through diet, fish and seafood are what I don't think it's accurate to say that inorganic arsenic exposure is from fish and seafood. I thought that was the whole point of the arsenobutane, which is different.
So seafood includes seaweed and shellfish, and I think I've read that inorganic arsenic can exist at measurable levels in seaweed and in shellfish.
Okay, well,
And then in terms of finfish, arsenobetaine is one of the organic forms, but there's really emerging evidence that arsenolipids are also found in finfish, including trout and what was the other one that I read about? Anyways, it doesn't matter.
I'm not knowledgeable about this, what you're
No,
saying.
but maybe that sentence should be changed to inorganic. I'm sorry. Instead of inorganic arsenic.
That's what I was going to ask.
I'm sorry.
So just say arsenic instead of inorganic arsenic?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what threw me off, the inorganic arsenic. Thanks. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
There
So
are, sorry.
I was just going to mention that when I went through the document, there was a lot of use of just the word arsenic when what was intended was inorganic arsenic. And then there were some places where it said inorganic arsenic where it really just meant arsenic. And I tried to parse those out, and this one might be one where I made the mistake. So I'll put that one on me.
I mean, I'm gonna make a different suggestion for the same point. I mean, there are these unusual pockets around the world that might have a spike with inorganic arsenic and seafood. And yes, in the you can excrete inorganic arsenic after you consume seaweeds and different things, but do we need this here? Because we talk about this already. It's sort of a general comment about seafood consumption, or it seems like it may confuse the reader to insert it here when it was kind of one of my general comments of just, we're going to get tripped up in consistency in language.
I agree totally.
Yeah,
I don't think we need it here at all. And
No.
also regarding that comment, although it's true that there is a little bit of inorganic arsenic in seafood products, it's so overwhelmed by the huge levels of the non-toxic forms that from the human assessment exposure side, unfortunately, we won't be able to identify that contribution of the tiny inorganic arsenic. It's a really complicated issue. And the arsenolipids and the arsenosugars are extremely complicated compounds, and the evidence for their toxicity is not there at all either. So it's something of very interesting research perspective right now, but I don't think it's helpful to the EPA or anything to get into that. So I would only make that comment once in the document, and then just say that applies to all the health endpoints, to all the human studies in general. Otherwise, it's just a mess.
Okay, so a motion to strike this sentence. Hearing no objection. Okay. It's done. Good, I like that discussion. Thank you. The next I had is on the bottom bullet there, starts with results. This is page 17.
Sorry, Peter, before we move on.
Yeah.
Is it possible to make a note to yourself for like a front matter to add this general comment that Margaret was suggesting? Because I think it's okay to strike it there, but we do want to make sure that towards the beginning of this common recurring comments like that maybe should get their own section at the beginning as a front matter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we have it already further up, but it's not necessarily front matter. It's already part of the charge question responses. So I'm making a note to look at that, see about the placement, and maybe it should be placed further up.
Thanks.
Yeah, so I have a note of that. Good point. Okay, results. So this last bullet, let's see, results are presented, not is presented. That's the first thing. The second thing is, there was a note from Dr. Karagas that ADHD is a clinical phenotype. And then a note that, this should either be treated as a separate endpoint or deleted. So you want to speak to that?
This was another comment to kind of streamline the report with my learned colleagues here. Because I think I had made this comment, and I think it's not a very important comment in the end. And I don't know how others feel because, and there are people who have expertise in neurodevelopmental outcomes here as well, that since it's a clinical diagnosis and we were talking about, you know, these sort of softer and well assessments or scale kind of outcomes that, and I think there was only one study that in the scope of things, it's not being combined in the meta regression or anything like that. It's really in the context of the hazard assessment. So I thought for simplicity, we could just potentially delete the sentence entirely, but I'm interested in others here thoughts.
I think deleting sounds good to me. You mind? I think it's there is so much, so complicated. I don't know. I think it's important to guide to the really important things.
Dr. Chen, I know you.
Yeah, I think cognitive function probably is a little more important in the sense of neurodevelopment. And ADHD is heterogeneous, and sometimes the diagnosis can be a little bit tricky. And unless we have high quality studies or enough sample size, that is an issue. I agree. If you want to delete that, is fine with me.
So are we deleting the whole bullet?
The part about the ADHD, I think that the first part of it, the second part of the confidence intervals and so forth, I think is fine. We can leave it. It's not a tier 1 comment. Is that true? Do you agree, Dr. Chen?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's really just that first part of the sentence.
So would we start with after the word furthermore? It is unclear why estimates for ADHD present confidence intervals? Or is that also not?
No, I believe that is correct.
Okay.
I'm just going to go to my draft quickly. Yeah, so you can just start with it is unclear.
It is unclear. Okay.
Yeah. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Got it. All right. So that's 3D. So that takes care of comments from Dr. Karagas and Dr. Post, I believe. And I don't see any other comments on this charge question from anybody. So moving to, ready to go on to 4, so any last comments on charge question 3? Okay. So, charge question 4. Let's see, on 4A, Dr. Gribble, Dr. Navas-Asian, and Dr. Karagas were in charge. And then on B and C, it was Drs. Planel, Barton, Borsak, Chu, Gribble, and Navas-Asian.
Unfortunately, I am going to have to step for 10-15 minutes. There is an important call that I need to take, unfortunately. So at 4 p.m. from 4 to 4:15 or so.
Eastern.
Yeah, now. Yeah,
now. Okay.
Sorry, because I didn't realize that this was coming.
Yeah, okay. Well, you'll have an opportunity to see the changes, and comment on those at the subsequent meeting, so we'll proceed without you. Thank you. Okay. So charge question 4 about the meta regression analyses. And for A, let's see, I see that Dr. Karagas had a question about tiering. And let's see, Dr. Barton, yours comes first, I guess. So perhaps you can speak to your comment on 4A, 2 comments on 4A and 2 on 4B.
Okay, so there's one thing on lines 1 and 2 on page 19. Relying heavily on unverified assumptions about MOA based on the challenging to interpret and voluminous toxicological literature. We seem to be kind of schizophrenic about what it is where our perspective is on mode of action. And maybe we need the beginning of that sentence on the bottom of 18, but anyway, I think it needs rewording. Not further down, further up.
Page 18. The bottom, the panel agreed
There,
with the case
stop.
approach as being scientifically justified and appropriate to rely on human evidence synthesized through meta-analysis as the basis for the dose response estimation. Could it
That's
stop
fine.
there?
Stop there.
Yep.
Delete the rest.
Right. I agree.
I concur with that, and I think I wrote version 1.0 with that extra bit attached. The thought that was summarizing is just that there are some significant differences in the toxicity to humans versus rodent models, etc. So although mode of action is probably interpretable from in vivo evidence in other systems, it's tricky to interpret and requires scientific caveats and interpretation, some subjectivity in interpreting non-human evidence. So I think we're all aware of that, but I agree with Dr. Barton's point that we need to be consistent in this about where we follow mode of action. And it sounded like the consensus was we recommend it as corroborating evidence.
Yeah. Okay, good. Dr. Barton, continue, please.
Okay, on page 19, 11 to 21, and I don't feel strongly about this. I just felt like the wording here was very strong and that it was a tier 3 recommendation. But if other people are comfortable, then it's fine with me.
Yeah, I have a similar point. Wondering why it's tier 3 instead of tier 1. I know we had discussions and we've had discussions, and Dr. Post pointed out, what are clarifying things and what are we asking them to do that requires reanalyses. And so I don't know how we're weighing all that and how many of the comments we've made so far are going to impact reanalyses. I have made the comment, and in the earlier, we pointed out the cut point being somewhat arbitrary, and in our original report that skin cancers and skin lesions, they're not included in the hazard identification, so they would not need to be affected. That they wouldn't need to redo anything in that section at all, but it would be part of the meta regression. There are not a lot of studies that would meet the criteria, likely, and those studies include the lower end of the dose response curve, so they would meet the criteria of wanting those US studies that cover the lower end of the dose response curve. Those skin cancers and lesions were an important part of earlier assessments. And when we're thinking about cancer, It just seems incomplete not to include some of the most important cancers that are impacted and known to be causal by arsenic, like skin cancer. So I made the comment that I thought that tier 3 should be a tier 1 on the basis of transparency and just being complete in this particular assessment.
I thought you had recommended that that be a tier 2 instead of tier 3.
I said higher tier.
Oh, okay, yeah, right.
But
okay.
it is, I mean, you know, if we want to be transparent and complete and make a recommendation along those lines, it is consistent with the language of tier 1.
Okay. Okay, so recommendation to move the tier 3 bullet to tier 1. That's on page 21 at the top. If we can scroll to that. Yep. So consider other outcomes. That becomes a tier 1.
And we recognize EPA can do what they want. I think I heard that earlier. But
At their peril.
if we're, you know, just this is what we think, and
yeah,
so
I'm fine with
their
that.
decision on the
Yeah. And I think the language in 11 to 21 is just, you know, sets that up, and this is the recommendation that follows therefrom. So I think we should keep that text as it is. Is that okay, Dr. Barton?
Yep.
Okay. All right. Did you have anything else on 4A? I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, should. You have a should.
Don't worry about that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so now I'm looking at Dr. Post's and yours. Nope, you don't have anything further here. Okay, anything else on 4A?
I have something on page 25. Is that still, are we going into the another tier when we get to 25?
Yeah, 25 is, we're quite a ways from there now.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we'll get there. Okay, so we're on 4B, which starts on page 21. And so I think Dr. Post, Dr. Post is suggesting a difference in the tiering, moving several things on page 22 to tier 1. Sorry.
Right, just because it says to revise the definition to be consistent with the equation, I mean, I don't understand all the details, but if the definition needs to be revised, it seems like it should be revised.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And the same with the other one, replace RR with adjusted RR, if that's appropriate. I assume it should be done, it wouldn't be a lot of trouble.
Yeah, so 4B, Dr. Pennell et al. Any thoughts?
No, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, I kind of struggle with that. And, you know, because some of that's a little editorial. I mean, like the comment about those are kind of comments I made. The things that you can, you know, you can piece together, I guess, from the document, but it should be clarified.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Dr. Pennell, I missed including your comments here on 4B. You want to speak to those?
Yeah, so my comments were about the tiering. So on page 26, I think the recommendation to use the AIC or BIC should be moved up to a tier 1. Really, the way in their sensitivity analyses, they need to, when they're comparing the different models, they need to be using a method which accounts for model complexity, and they didn't do that. What else? And then, okay, so then the next page, the bullets 2 through 4, I think they should all be, tier 1. They need to provide theoretical support for their likelihood. I think that's absolutely necessary. I mean, that shouldn't be very hard because we discussed in the meeting. It sounds like they probably have some references they can cite there. The way they assess the fit is not usually the way you would do it for this type of model. It should be based on like a predictive distribution rather than, the fits given a particular study. And, this one's easy, should be easy. They should provide, all the convergence diagnostics, like in a supplement. So I think those should all be tier 1. Most of it should be pretty easy to address.
Okay. Any objection to moving those to tier 1? Okay, and then I'm looking, see, okay, I'm a little confused here at the moment because we've got our recommendations are in this one are kind of split between sections within the charge question.
Yeah, because it's broke because there's so many parts to this one,
Yeah.
right? Yeah, so we broke it up by component.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. I think that makes sense as long as I can keep track of it in my head. Yeah, okay, and then 26, I just need to record that one on 26. It says, use a fit statistic that penalizes for model complexity. Okay, and that should be a tier 1.
Yeah, I recognize that Dr. Barton had a comment about that. In his comments is about like, whether it's appropriate given model assumptions. So it's you don't make any, it's like really any assumptions in that statistic. Like it's not like you're doing like statistical tests.
No, I think I was asking a different question, Mike, which was, and I'm not sure whether it was for the specific lines and page, but anyway, the issue was if they end up finding that the best fit model for different endpoints, you end up with different models that fit best. Does that in any way complicate the comparison across the endpoints? Because now one endpoint uses one mathematical model and another endpoint uses another mathematical model, whereas at the moment they're using the same mathematical model for all of them. Does that
Well, it
make
depends
sense?
what you're comparing, right? So if we're in the end, if we're comparing across endpoint and just defined, particular reference dose, right? Maybe make the most sensitive outcome, then that doesn't matter, like what model you use to derive it, because they're all just getting at some sort of risk estimate. Right. I mean, it's complicated if you want to like compare slopes, but we're not interested in that. Right, because those would have different interpretations.
I just wanted to make sure, but that's fine.
Yeah.
Great, thanks.
Sorry, I misunderstood what you were getting at. Okay. I'm looking through my notes. I don't see anything else pertaining to this charge question.
So I had, oh, go ahead, Margaret.
No, you go ahead.
I just had at least one trivial edit, which was on page 31, sorry, page 22, lines 18, 19. It says see detailed comments below, and I think it means detailed comments in Appendix A, so we should just say that.
Okay, tell me which lines again, I'm sorry. Oh, I see, okay, so 19, see
lines,
detailed comments below, so see detailed comments in Appendix A.
I believe that's what it's referring to.
Okay.
And then I just found the quote on pages 22, 23, lines 35, the beginning of that end of that page. I just thought some formatting so it was clearer it was a quote.
Yeah. And Dr. Pennell had that same comment. So I'll narrow those margins or put quotes. It says the excerpt is copied from, but nonetheless, I think that would be good.
And I think somewhere else it was, sort of inset the way,
Yeah.
which is one way to classically do it,
Yeah, those are some changes that I had made to try and make those consistent. So I just missed this one, so I'll do that.
That's it.
Okay.
Margaret.
Yeah.
Mine, I don't think. I just had the one final comment on the page 25 again, and I might have missed the thread if you already talked about this. I'm very sorry. But I was reminded on lines 18 to 20 that are tier 3. This is where we might have needed Dr. Navas-Ossian. The second bullet point, sort of, is that what Dr. Gribble said is our front matter.
Yes.
Okay. So I don't know if we need it here or not, but it seems like yes. Okay. On the first bullet point, I did have a question about. I got a bit confused about the inclusion criteria here. It did seem like it aligned with more of like a tier 2 recommendation to me, and more of a suggestion. But then I wasn't sure, like, if a study used specific gravity, they would have been included in the model or no? Does anyone know the answer to that?
Well, I think the issue would be they use the creatinine adjusted information. They didn't use the specific gravity information. And so I guess I don't know whether a study would only have specific gravity and not,
I think it's possible.
Yeah, it's possible. I just don't know for
And it
the
wouldn't even be
studies.
inappropriate to do that in an epidemiologic study to adjust for specific gravity instead of creatinine. So I wasn't sure that. Dr.
Yeah, it's just like it become more common that people are using specific gravity for adjustment instead of creatinine. So especially in pregnant women and young children. So because the creatinine is related to muscle amount, and especially in young children, the muscle amount changes from like age 1 to age 5. We had kind of like variations in that, but specific gravity is relatively more stable, and for that purpose. So it is possible to just to have specific gravity without creatinine in one study.
I don't know if we need to put a pin in this and
Yeah.
figure out where in the document we need to bring this up. I don't know if it's here or elsewhere, but I think this point needs to be made clear. Tier 3 is the future analysis, whereas, as Dr. Chen mentioned, there are high quality studies that have used specific gravity, and we wouldn't want that. I don't believe we would want that as an exclusion criteria. So again, I don't know whether we want to talk about this now or another time.
Yeah, I concur with moving it to tier 2.
Well, it's not only a sensitivity analysis. I guess I'm raising a somewhat different point. If it's if they have truly excluded such studies, and I'm still not 100% clear on that. Is that really appropriate? And I think what
Yeah,
Dr. Chen is saying is,
I think we concluded that they had, and that might not be good, and that's why they should do a sensitivity analysis to provide evidence that didn't introduce a bias.
does that satisfy us, the sensitivity analysis?
Yeah, I think that satisfies because the sensitivity analysis can mean we could including additional study to add to the regression models, whatever. And I think that could be fine.
So the idea is kind of augmenting where the specific gravity adjusted results exist rather than stratifying on adjustment for creatinine versus nothing versus specific gravity. This is a question. I just have a very flat voice. So is the suggestion then just to consider augmenting their existing meta-analysis with these studies were available that adjusted for specific gravity?
Yeah, I think they should not be excluded. Yeah. If they adjusted for specific gravity, that they should be included. Yeah.
Okay.
And do you think that should be tier 2 or tier 1?
I think it probably is okay to be tier 2 because I think that although there's an increasing number of studies that worry about collider bias and adjust for specific gravity, I don't know that there are so many specific gravity adjusted studies that change the conclusions of the meta-analysis. If there's
I agree. I don't think there are many. At least for the endpoints that I am aware, that I know well. Yeah.
So I would vote tier 2, but other people can say their thoughts.
Yeah, I think tier 2 is okay with just like the consideration of the specific gravity of the urine dilution adjustment.
Okay. So tier 2, and it reads augment the analysis to include those studies correcting biomonitoring data for dilution with specific gravity instead of urinary creatinine.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Got it. So that's page 25.
I had a comment on page 25, but I wrote 15 accidentally.
Oh, okay.
Above the ones, it was the same, it's on the top of page 25.
Okay.
That's the same thing that of my other comments, that some of them seem like those 4, at least the first 4 seem like, wait, is this really easy clarification? So I wondered that if they should be tier 1, just to say that the dose conversions weren't directly used to estimate dose. That was really confusing. Like I figured it out when I was reading the thing, but it took me like a long time to figure that out. Like just to add a sentence saying that I think, it throws people off when they're reading it if they're not familiar. And what's the next one? The equation should be in the text and not just in the table. Add per day to make the units appropriate. Those, even though they're small and almost editorial, I think they're not editorial because they're content related. What's the fourth one? It says that the dose conversions need to be corrected. So if they're incorrect, they need to be fixed. That's why I think they should be recommendations, not suggestions. Maybe, as you said, you can say to the chartered SAV that a lot of the some of the tier ones are very small, but they need to be done, maybe.
So your suggestion is that
at least the first four be
the first four bullets be elevated to tier one.
And even, I don't know about the fifth one, if there's a question that, I don't know how strong the doubt that the calculation spreadsheets are not correct. If we really, I don't know. It says they should be independently reviewed to make sure they're correct. Well, they should be correct. I mean, I don't know if we have a reason to think they're not correct. It says in light of the numerous editorial comments.
Right. So I
tier one also probably.
Should we, maybe we shouldn't confuse what it's a tier one important, like something really substantial, versus like, minor comments in a paper. I see the distinction between major comments and minor comments.
So do I, but
major comments like, the units, fix the units. I mean, it seems to be more like typos or small editorial things here and there. So I am not sure we should elevate those. Maybe there is another section that should be like, editorial typos, like corrections.
Okay. I have editorial comments too, but they're really typos, not.
Yes, typos.
But they're different than this. They're just typos, like a word's missing, or it says diseased instead of diseases. If there could be a section on mandatory, like small content related corrections that must be done, which is a little different than editorial comments.
Yes.
But tier two implies optional sort of, and that isn't what we mean. So I don't know. Somehow.
And me, the tier one seems to me like substantive comments that are influential. The others to me seems like, corrections that need to be done because you want to have a document that is correct. But that's not necessarily influential in the sense of changing the report in one direction or another. That's
right.
the way
that's true, but right. Well, it's
just because I am afraid of adding all these tiny edit comments that are important for them to make, but then they miss the boat or the point with the substantive comments that are really important for them to think about very, very seriously. It's not that the other ones, they don't have to think seriously, they have to, but it's just things that they have to do, like when you edit and clean it up and make sure that everything is right. And we can put that list somewhere else.
But maybe they should go somewhere else and say that these are small things, but they tier two sort of as the implication of optional, which isn't what we mean either.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I agree.
So the either in the forward language or even in the letter to the administrator could say that many of the tier two are essential for clarity, but we're not elevated to tier one.
And essential and easily done, maybe even, or shouldn't.
Yeah.
And then we're gonna have.
Let's just, before you go on, Dr. Barton was trying to interject.
I don't know on this tier one, tier two thing. I have the same concern about, I think there is an advantage to having tier one be, major things that really need to be addressed. And so anyway, but back on the calculation spreadsheets, I guess I'm okay with it being a tier two. I'm not sure. I think the spreadsheets are largely right. Again, some of this is as they do these things that correct like units and so forth. Um, that those need to get double checked in all of those calculation spreadsheets. And so I don't know how much it would certainly make me feel much more comfortable if they had that independent QA QC step done. Not sure I feel it's should be moved up to tier one, although it is QA QC.
To me, this is a comment that I often see as a tier 3, and I agree with having it as a tier 2. To me, it seems almost too nitpicky to move it to a tier 1.
Yeah, I agree. The only concern would be, I mean, it just was really hard to follow all the spreadsheets and to know how they'd been reviewed, et cetera. And so were all the calculations actually correct? I think they probably are, but that's kind of fundamental to doing the risk assessment. So I think it belongs as tier 2. I'm not going to advocate strongly for tier 1.
Yeah.
It certainly shouldn't be tier 3.
Yeah, I spent a good couple hours just going through units on things, and it was driving me crazy. And there's the part of it is the milligrams per liter per year rather than milligrams per liter year. With the double division that is old-fashioned but incorrect, but still widely used. So, or per person per day instead of per person day, with person day in the denominator, right? And some of that is just, I think, old convention, even though mathematically it's incorrect. And I think
But the
EPA
other
has sort of
issue
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the other issue in the spreadsheets has to do with the actual equations. And that's partly I think the problem is more in the verbal description of the equations than the equations, but I couldn't entirely tell. So anyway, just leave it as tier 2, and I think that's fine.
Okay, so what about bullets 1 through 4? I've heard
Well, I have
arguments
this
for and
mixed
against it.
feeling. I at one level I agree with Gloria that these are things that are essential because they trip people up because they think the PBPK model got used correctly in the calculations, and that's not what happened. So they're straightening these things out is really essential to the document. But I also agree with Anna that they're kind of not major scientific comments. They're more comments about the document.
Diana, do you have precedent for how other similar advisory panels have handled this in the past? Because I feel like this must have come up before.
Well, I tend to agree with Anna that the tier 1 recommendations should be the major issues, scientific issues that should be corrected. So we could do some modification and add an appendix B so that it is not editorial comment as such, but they are have more weight than just editorial comment, but it's something that should be fixed, and we can clearly indicate that these changes should be made, and they are not editorial, but it really needs to be changed in order to clarify or make all the changes in the error. So I think that could be a compromise.
Yeah. Dr. Wood and then Dr. Post.
think these are tier 2 comments. We're not recommending a change in analysis or a change in endpoint or a scientific approach to how this should be handled. So I think these should stay tier 2, because especially like bullet 2, the equation, we're not saying anything about the equation, whether it's right, wrong, or indifferent. We just want it discussed in the text. That's not a tier 1, even though it would clarify. Same thing with the PBPK model. We're not discussing or recommending that they use it or don't use it differently. We're saying that we just need more clarity, not in how they use it scientifically or how they make the approach to the analyses. So I think they're all tier 2.
Okay, Dr. Post and then Dr. Pennell.
I was just gonna make sure. I thought Diana's suggestion of an appendix of things that are simple to clarify, but we really think should be done might be better than tier 2, because tier 2 seem to be, tier 2 could include things that are like a whole big new analysis, but it's recommended or suggested, I mean, and not like we're saying if EPA might consider doing it, but not, doesn't have to, and that's a little different than this. But my question is, besides the Appendix B, then there would be a separate list of editorial comments. That's what I wanted to ask Dr. Wong. Is that
Yes,
true?
there will be.
Appendix A will be for editorial, which is
Right.
what we have right now, Appendix A. But you're saying this is more than editorial. We can put them into Appendix B
Two
and
separate
clarify.
lists, like one would be these and one would be editorial. Okay, that's what I wanted to ask. Thank you.
But my suggestion would be that I wouldn't want them to be only in Appendix B and not mentioned in the body of the report, because then they are very much secondary. So, I mean, we could have them listed as tier 2 here, and then put them in an Appendix B and say that these are things that really should be done. They just didn't rise in importance, but they're relatively easy to accomplish, and please do it. Dr. Pennell.
Yeah, in light of this conversation, the points that Gloria brought up earlier, this was in relation to the effective counts, both those tier 2 recommendations, that's on page 21 and 22. I think they should remain tier 2 because it's the same sort of thing. Right, replacing RR with adjusted RR. I mean, if you follow what they did, obviously you know that's what they did. Like if you go through, read it, you figure out that's what they did, but they should use different notation.
I think a lot of the ones that I had, and there's other ones as well as what you just said that in other sections that might be similar too, but if we leave them as tier 2 and then
highlight them in Appendix B.
Putting them in an appendix to say they're easily done and they should be done, that's like that whole category. There's quite a few, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if I put them in appendix. Yeah, I feel like they are important to bring up here rather than an appendix, because they're important clarifications to be made, but it's not going to change anything.
Dr. Thorne had said leave them as tier 2, but then pull out those tier 2s that are really easily done like this and also have them in an appendix. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'm just worried that if they only appear in the appendix, that then they get forgotten. And here, if they're listed as a recommendation, tier 1, tier 2, they're going to be having to respond to how they address those recommendations. Whereas if it's an appendix, they don't necessarily address how they handled it. So, okay, very good. I think that's it for charge question 4. Unless I hear from someone else. Okay. Charge question 5, life tables, our favorite topic. So let me check my list here. Dr. Pennell, you had a comment on charge question 5, page 31, a tier 1 recommendation. I should note that there was also typo, let's see. On page 30, lines 24, it said bladder cancer life table. It should have said lung. That was a good catch by Dr. Pennell. And then also tier 2 further down, generate a posterior distribution. That was already included as a tier 3, so that was redundant. So that second bullet under tier 2 is the second bullet of tier 3. So I was going to strike that from the tier 2 list. Was that the essence of your comment?
No, I think go to the next at the next page. Yeah, so at the top.
Mm-hmm.
It all kind of feels like that to me. I mean, Iman can weigh in on this. I mean, if they, you know, that seems like if they have the data to vary the exposure over a lifetime, then that's something they should do. I don't know if they have that. I think this is something Iman brought up, Dr. Chen. Okay, still on.
Yes. Yes, I theoretically they can do more. But, you know, I was wondering, certainly, you know, I wish they could actually do a little more on that. That is for sure, yes.
So the question is this a tier 2 or a tier 3?
I think it should be tier 1. I mean, if they have those data, I don't know if they have the data. But if they have the data, it seems like why would you make the assumption of a constant exposure to lifetime?
So,
Yeah.
So instead of when possible, could it say if data are available?
Yeah, if data are available.
Okay.
You know, tier 1 would be that would potentially change major recommendation that could change the conclusion of the assessment. And tier 2 is a relatively it's a suggestion for them to consider.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess this is it something I don't think this probably it is the tier 1 that they must do to satisfy this. And I think, you know, EPA probably is not used to do kind of like different assumptions. So I think tier 2 is fine with me.
Okay, that would be elevating this from tier 3 to tier 2. Okay. Okay. What else on charge question 5? Let's see, looking through my lists here. See if there are any other comments on on charge question 5. Let's see, yeah, I think that's it. I think we got everybody who provide written comments. So should we go to charge question 6? Answer slope factors? I think
Yes,
this.
can we go back to that? Sorry,
Yeah.
Your other thoughts. I mean, I have a little bit of a hard time not requiring them to, if like data are available that they don't need to be making an assumption of a constant exposure of a lifetime. It feels like obviously that's what they should correct the analysis to include that information. I don't feel like it's something that you maybe should consider.
Right, so as it is here now, it's a tier 2 that reads, if data are available, relax the assumption of a constant exposure of a lifetime when performing life table calculations. And I guess the key thing there is what could they do other than assume constant exposure?
I guess, I mean, did you have, when you were the one who brought that up, did you have reason to believe that they might have that data?
I think for a given like study, so certainly you have one exposure, but you have some like assumption that the exposure would be constant. So water inorganic arsenic levels is mostly constant in most situations, but you could consider like people in the United States, people move from this place to the other place. Similarly in Bangladesh, also people are moving in, but given a river system that the water content seems like to be constant, and I think that I read something that showed that the stability of the water measurement is usually the stable one. But the way people could exposure to different levels by moving around, or actually using different water sources. In the US, you would have certainly public drinking water, you have well water, so those could be variations in exposure range. And I still feel like it could be still more suggested rather than recommend they have to do this, because let's say mostly of the inorganic arsenic levels in drinking water is stable in most scenarios.
So
maybe it needs to be rephrased a little bit then, because the way it kind of came across to me is didn't kind of imply that it's probably a reasonable assumption, and what you're saying is more like this is like kind of like a sensitivity analysis.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yes.
To handle situations where it can change, and maybe that needs to be also something added in about that's not something we would consider be the majority.
Yeah. So if someone live in Bangladesh, in that village, let's say, so their levels could be similar actually over time. And even though their age would grow, the drinking water amount would be different. But when EPA talking about a regulation, it's the regulation, though, drinking water levels. So I think that's relatively stable one, I guess.
In a lot of studies, if somebody moves, they're just lost to follow-up from the study. There are situations I'm familiar with where people are on rural well water, private well water, and then they join into a distributed network of publicly supplied water. But those studies are not very well powered. And that they would show a reduction of exposure as a consequence of being now under a regulated water system. I just don't know how many studies there are going to be out there that provide data that would allow one to do a sensitivity analysis for this.
That's why we have if the data
are. Yeah. So I would suggest that we list this as if data are, well, let me throw out this as possible text. If data are available, perform sensitivity analyses to test the assumption of a constant exposure over a lifetime when performing life table calculations.
Or maybe not test, because they can't really test it.
Okay, so
they perform like a value, like
assume, like have different assumptions on maybe lifetime versus other scenarios. Is that what you mean? Like consider multiple scenarios? Is that what you mean?
Yeah, we're talking about like people are moving around and using different drinking water system, things like that.
But I think that makes it's a very complex scenario. So it makes sense to consider the scenario where people, live in the same place and don't change water systems. To me, that makes sense. Alternative scenarios that consider people moving around and different situations, I mean, could be considered, but it makes the risk assessment extremely complicated, I think.
Could that be a tier 3? This would be nice for the future when you have 70 more years to work on this.
Probably. I think that would be my recommendation.
Yeah. So Mike, what was your final recommendation for how you'd like to have this?
I'm okay keeping it, I think, was it at 3 right now? I'm okay keeping it 3. I think it's part of it's just the wording. The wording the way it comes across makes it sound like, I don't know, it makes it sound like should be something that's tier 1, right? But I think there should be some acknowledgement that this is not, I don't know, like unlikely to affect the results, or it's not the majority. It's not sort of like the kind of modal category and the distribution. Phrase it as a sensitivity analysis to account for portions of the population that aren't exposed to a constant exposure over their lifetime.
Yes, that's good, Fran. I think it does not really meet the tier 1 recommendation. I think I'm okay with tier 3 if the majority of the panel think tier 3 would be fine. And I get this is a complex scenario, and it may not change the conclusion of the risk assessment anyway.
Okay, so now here's what I've got as a tier 3. If data are available, perform sensitivity analysis to account for proportions of the population that are not exposed to a constant exposure over a lifetime.
And it's fine with me.
All right, let's go with that. And if we need to reword it later, we can do so. I think that's pretty close. Okay. On page 32, there was a typo that Dr. Pennell found at the end of the first bullet, page 32. We're at the top. At the top there. Yep. Okay.
There's
So
6
it's just,
we're moving to.
yeah, line 9, drinking water concentration associated with this dose, typo. And then at the bottom, removal of an extraneous of, and then another extraneous of on page 33, and then a when instead of a where. I think those are all good, and I don't know that we need to address those as a group. Those are mostly just typos, and we'll fix those. So that's the extent of what I have on charge question 6. So I'll open it up for any other comments.
I had at least one on charge question 6, page 31, lines 14 to 15.
Okay.
Which are consistent with the default assumptions of linearity for cancer risk. I recommend we just delete that, because the fact that the default is linear has nothing to do with that this data-derived analysis found a linear dose response.
Okay, does that sound good to folks?
I think I don't really, not really going to argue too much about that. The only advantage of including that is that's sort of consistent with like sort of the traditional mode of action.
Exactly. So I don't know what you mean by it's consistent with the traditional mode of action, because there is no mode of action in the default.
No, so for carcinogens, right? So the default assumption is linear in the low dose range.
And that's not about mode of action. That's just about a So that's why I don't want to even bring it up, because mode of action is such a hotly contested issue for this chemical. I think it's just irrelevant. We fitted the available epidemiologic data and got the results that were gotten.
Mhm. So while it might be correct, it's not relevant, is the point in that location.
Exactly.
Okay, we okay to strike that? So it would be just the first part. Cancer slope factors for lung cancer, bladder cancer, and combined cancer risk are based on data indicating a linear dose response relationship in the low dose region.
Period.
Okay, not hearing any objection. Okay, anything else, Dr. Barton, on this one?
I've
Okay,
got a comment.
yeah, go
There
ahead.
was,
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Hugh, I thought you were done. Go ahead.
no, it was a trivial thing on line 44, I think. Just make sure the exponent stays with the,
Oh, yeah, right. Got it. Yeah, that wasn't in what I sent, so somehow formatting gets changed as it goes from place to place, and I'll make sure and fix that. Okay. Dr. Wyckoff.
Yes, okay, on page 33, and this has to do with the tiering. So the last bullet in tier 2 has to do with uncertainty. And I'm flexible here, but I would like to see a tier 1 recommendation to have an uncertainty section. So to be consistent with the IRIS handbook and also other IRIS assessments, I think there should be a section on uncertainty. There's a description of confidence, but that doesn't mean there's no uncertainty. So this applies both to the slope factor and the non-cancer assessment. So the reason I'm kind of saying, well, maybe this is put a pin in it, is it maybe could go somewhere else or in some overarching comments. But I would like to see a tier 1 recommendation for an uncertainty section. The second part of that bullet in tier 2, giving some recommendations on things like different types of bias that can remain in tier 2. That would be fine with me.
Okay. So the options are to move that fourth one from tier 2 to tier 1, or somewhere have a tier 1 recommendation for an uncertainty section. And that would be for this charge question, or all charge questions, or all outcomes, or
For any tox value developed, but I'm happy to write in an email some proposed text that would help solve what I've just recommended.
okay, I'll hold you to that. Thank you very much. That's extremely helpful. Yeah, Hugh?
So this, I agree with that recommendation. I thought we put it in one of the non-cancer charge questions too.
Yeah, it is. I do think it's there as well.
Okay. So when you send your recommendation, if you could account for that, that'd be great. So Dr. Wood, I see your hands up.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to add. We do have something about a section on uncertainty somewhere else, and I want to say it's under maybe charge question 7, but I couldn't find it real quickly. I was looking. But yes, Danielle, it's in there somewhere else as well.
Okay. So we'll come back to that. Okay, I'm just taking stock of where we are here. It's top of the hour. We have made it through questions 1 through 6. And I think 7, we have several comments and sections, things for 7A and B that people have sent. But not an overwhelming number. I would like to suggest that we move to charge question 7. I don't hear anybody screaming at me, so I'll take that as a as a tacit acceptance. of
Sorry,
that.
I missed one of my comments. Let's see. Page. It sort of occurs twice. Page 32, lines 22 to 24.
Okay.
And then it's also on page 33, lines 36 to 38. And I guess I'm not sure what this bullet is trying to say.
Okay.
And both in terms of, somehow. So they did a fit to the epidemiologic data, and now we're saying, well, use work that you've already done. So there's that caveat. Support what you've done in terms of mode of action and biological plausibility. And, so again, I'm just not sure what it is that we're asking them to do here.
Okay, so this subgroup was Doctors Post, Chen, Pennell, and Wyckoff. I don't know if any of you want to speak to this.
I'm happy to give my recollection. I think this also came up earlier in our discussion today, just that, one, it's something that's been commented on quite a bit. So we wanted to be responsive to public commenters. But also, I think that several of the experts also felt like there was a fair bit of data that would help support some of the modeling decisions, and that it was work they'd already looked at or already done. So we thought it wouldn't be a heavy lift. My recollection, that was one of the things. I think it was Dr. States and Barkowski were talking about.
Yeah, I have to confess that when I read through this, I thought that this made sense and it fit a purpose. And that, again, it was a topic that came up multiple times. We spent a fair amount of time discussing it. And so this was sort of a nod to those discussions that we had.
Okay.
And I think it's appropriate as a tier 2.
Wait, I apologize. I had to step away for a second. Which
So
recommendation are we talking about? I apologize.
yes, so we're on page 33, lines 36 to 38, looking at the third tier 2 recommendation.
Okay. some members felt very strongly about this, so it was included, I guess I can say.
I think Dr. Barton just raised the issue as to whether this was necessary or not, and then Dr. Wyckoff provided a rationale for why it was there.
No, I'm saying some members, Dr. Wyckoff and maybe others, felt very strongly that it should be there, and I think there was some wordsmithing about it and stuff, and that's why it's there.
Okay. Dr. States?
Yes, would this be a place where my comment regarding the suggested threshold would fit?
Yes, please raise that now. Thank you for chiming in on that.
Okay, so regarding the threshold of 100 ppb for carcinogenesis, there's an old publication by Wu et al., which was in Environmental Health Perspectives from 2001, that showed that exposure to any level of arsenic in the drinking water, including less than 10 ppb, led to a blood level of about 100 nanomolar to 150 nanomolar, depending on the actual exposure. And since then, multiple laboratories have demonstrated that chronic exposure to these levels, 100 nanomolar, right, causes malignant transformation of human cells in culture. Thus, that would tend to negate that there's a threshold at 100 ppb for cancer. And recent publications also shown that chronic exposure to 100 nanomolar of arsenite results in DNA double-strand break accumulation and impairment of the DNA damage response, signaling that damage. And then a variety of other molecular things related to carcinogenesis, including dysregulated alternative mRNA splicing, highly dysregulated microRNA and mRNA expression toward a pro-carcinogenic pattern, etc. So there's if they will, there's in vitro evidence coupled with the epi evidence in terms of blood levels of arsenic at low arsenic exposures that would suggest that any arsenic exposure, if the exposure is long enough, is going to be carcinogenic.
So what I'm hearing then is that this information supports the inclusion of this statement as a recommendation.
Yes.
Right.
That contributes to the plausibility that even low levels are potentially carcinogenic.
So are we going to include that information in the, not here in the recommendations, but in the body of the text above? And, I don't know one way or the other, but obviously there are all those people who argue about the mode of action of cancer of arsenic. And so are we, this recommendation did say, based on work already conducted by IRIS, and obviously, or probably, they haven't reviewed the information that Chris just talked about. But if they're going to review mode of action information, are we looking for them to do a review of, the depth and breadth of arsenic mode of action, cancer, in vitro, etc. information?
Dr. States, did Iris review the information you just
Probably not. The papers are, other than the Wu paper that showed the arsenic blood levels at low arsenic exposures, the mechanistic papers I cited were 21 through 23. 2021 to 2023. So they probably didn't review them. Actually, 2021 and 2022.
So can we just strike that part of the recommendation and replace it with some of these citations such as XYZ?
But I think if you do that, then there's probably like a whole lot of other citations that, I mean, I'm not. No,
Well, these
it
type,
seems to open a whole can of worms that for them to review, like who knows how many new papers, not just the ones that you're mentioning, or maybe I'm wrong about that.
so it's been known for over 25 years that chronic exposure to arsenic results in DNA double-strand breaks,
Right.
clearly carcinogenic. This paper from 2022 ties it together and links it to, it makes it plausible that this can occur at low arsenic exposures.
Okay, thanks.
And Chris, when you say low exposures, you're saying low water exposures, but
Yes.
that isn't taking into account the chronic level of arsenic in food that may be taken in also.
Right. So in the Wu paper, they stratify less than or equal to 10 ppb, 10 to 50 ppb, 50 to 100, 100 to 300, and greater than 300. And there's clearly an increase as you go along, but at the less than or equal to 10 ppb, the mean is 96 nanomolar.
Yep.
So
and there are other studies that show that there is an appreciable amount of arsenic in blood, even at 0 ppb drinking water, correct?
right, but it's not quite 100 nanomolar.
Right, right.
So these very low concentrations of arsenic in drinking water would appear to raise the blood level to that which these in vitro studies were done at, that show that that will induce malignant transformation.
So I think the options here are to include this and maybe strike the part about based on work already conducted, or to add a paragraph of text further elaborating on this point. I guess a third option might be to just not mention it at all. I'll just throw that one out there too. Because, you know, they've already stated further up, and we've commented on the reliance on epidemiologic studies.
Would it be useful to do what you say and add a paragraph that's pretty much consistent with the way that we phrased this for charge question 2A and the cardiovascular disease?
Yeah, I would think that would be a good way to approach it. So let's do that, and then we can look at that again. So,
and this is partially in response to the public comments about threshold at 100 ppb. And
correct.
That's just a red herring.
Yes. So I think that is important to include and comment on. So, so who would it be you, Dr. States, and working with Dr. Bachowski, or
sure,
it could provide that?
Uh-huh.
All right, so I have a note to include that, and then that will help justify and support that tier 2 recommendation. Okay, so insert States Bachowski. Okay, got it. Threshold. Okay. So I suggest then that we stop at that and talk about next steps, and then we can go into adjournment until next Tuesday. So next steps, basically, many of you have agreed to supply text. I would ask that you do that as soon as you're able and while it's fresh on your mind, and send that to both Diana and copy to me, or send it to both of us directly. We'll incorporate that plus all of the other changes that have been made so far into the draft document. We'll do that with track changes or somehow indicating those in the Adobe framework, the PDF file format. Send that back out, and then in our next meeting, we'll start with question 7, and move through question 9. At that point, I think we'll be able to go back and just quickly review changes that we've made to the document for charge questions 1 through 6. And then we'll attack the letter to the administrator, make sure that that reflects the rest of the documents and the importance of the tier 1, especially tier 1 recommendations. Then we'll have a short opportunity for any clarifying comments from speakers, if there are any that are registered, and then we'll adjourn. And I think based on where we are now and looking at the comments provided so far, we should be able to complete our agenda at the July 16th meeting. But if not, we still hold in reserve the 22nd. Anybody who hasn't yet supplied written comments on the document, you're welcome, encouraged to do so. And just send those to Diana and me, and we'll make sure that we discuss those as we go forward. Any questions about that? Yeah, go ahead, Dr. Curtis.
Dr. Thorne, I just want to clarify that we're going to send you any edits. We're not going to resend you what we've already sent you with our edits incorporated. We're just going to send you anything new. Like for the charge question 1, I did chat it, but I'll also send it to you because I have a couple other clarifications. And I made a comment about, I had a question about the tiering. So we'll do that over email. Thank you so much.
Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Yep, perfect. Other questions, comments? Well, I think this has been very productive. This has kind of gone the way I had hoped it would, that people would chime in where they had suggestions. Tom Brennan has raised his hand. Hi, Tom.
Yeah. Hey, Peter. Very productive meeting. I'm really impressed at how much progress you all made, and looking forward to closing this out. You're in striking distance of having a good report, and looking forward to the next meeting. So thank you all. And Peter, thank you for your leadership.
Okay, well, thanks, Tom. Appreciate it. Okay, Diana, I think it's to you.
Okay, thanks, Peter. Yes, we have a very productive meeting today, and the panel members who have work assignment, will complete their assignment and send me the new text or the revised text probably before the end of this week, so that the panel will have a chance to read through them, because our next meeting will be on Tuesday. So that after I receive the revised text and comment, I will circulate to the entire panel. And also, these changes will be posted on our meeting webpage for next week. So any questions for what you have to do?
And Diana, we'll send out the track changes Adobe document to everyone. They won't have to get that off the website, right?
No, I'm talking about the assignment, because I'm not going to work on the draft report yet, because I want to get all the changes and everybody agree on first before we work on the draft report. So that'll be afterwards, after we get all the different pieces together first.
Okay, but then we won't be able to discuss those next
No, we
time.
will discuss them because I am asking the lead discussion, say we have a lot of comments on charge question 2A, then we will expect Dr. Aaron Bachowski to make the changes and make the track changes on charge question 2A. Because he did some of them, but maybe not complete. That may include the changes in the tier recommendations, everything in 2A. And that will be in track change.
Well,
Mm.
I had the sense that perhaps I'm the only one that has recorded all of the changes that were suggested and discussed today. And in that case, I was thinking I would enter those into a document with the changes tracked that we would be able to discuss.
Uh,
I also have that understanding.
I wasn't taking notes on or anything on the suggestion.
so you, Peter, so you want to be responsible for making all the changes yourself?
Yeah, I will do that.
Oh, great.
Thank you.
I didn't know, like, as you said, Dr. Thorne, I didn't know all the comments and changes on the question that I was the lead discussant for, because
Yeah, I think I have everything, so I will.
But we do ask some volunteers to write up some new tags.
Yes,
So are you going to make those changes also?
as they come in, yes, I will do so. And I've marked
Oh.
where those go and roughly what they're going to be. So I think I've got it.
So then the volunteers who make the new tax change have to send in the changes earlier so you can incorporate them into the track
That's
change
why I
because that
encourage
takes
people.
time.
That's why I encourage people to do it right away while it's fresh in their minds. And to give me the time to do it. And it's not a heavy lift in most cases, so I think we can get it done.
Okay, because we do have some new tax, so and revised tax, so.
Right, exactly. So that's great. So we'll do whatever, we'll do it and get it done. I'm confident we can accomplish that, so.
Okay, that's great.
So do we adjourn and then open another meeting, or is this just a?
This is a recess, so that we will reconvene on next Tuesday.
Yes, okay. Very
Okay,
good.
so we are recessed for today, and then we will have the meeting next Tuesday at 1 p.m.
Great.
Okay.
All right, thank you, everyone. I really appreciate your attention to this and your good work. So take care.
And we appreciate the chair take on the responsibility of making all the changes.
All right, bye-bye.
Without a doubt.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.